every Thursday. The scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday they're doing a thing with that darn kitty as the fearless lead. The fox through by her side, they plant the seed with Dorcas guiding through dungeons deep, and Grey Coupe spreads it on steep. Nemo's crush strokes like magic in the air. Depressed Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace, while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as their guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace, every Thursday is their special place.
Welcome to the special place, everybody.
Hell yeah.
The Thursday G
Look,
spot.
corn pop.
Oh, we got a Hydra.
Yay.
There's a little dragon.
Jump scare.
That's a nice little dragon.
I don't know where that comes
Thanks,
from.
Joe.
I'm sorry. I don't get the reference.
Hairy legs.
You're not a patriot, so it makes
The
sense.
dog-faced pony soldier.
Oh, there we go. I get the voice because he changed BMO Biden. Okay, I get it. I wasn't looking there. Hi, you're a morning, evening. The rest of us. How y'all doing? Why are you BMO Biden?
I just felt like it.
Just a good voice to do.
I felt like being presidential.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
People
old news. though.
nostalgic as well.
I hate being presidential. The examples to that are now Biden and Trump. That's what
You
being
guys-
presidential means, guys.
You guys will see that we have been implementing some DOGE in terms of the size of the panel today. Darling has noticed
That's right.
this.
Dorcas was told either to pledge loyalty to us or to be fired. Yep. He got the fork in the road of life, female.
For
You see-
efficiency's sake.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like we were just we had some tests done and we found, oh, okay, we got to reduce the size of the panel today.
We
Mhm.
campaigned on reducing the size of the panel by exactly 1/6. And, well, yeah, we did
And
it.
the
Nice.
efficiency has gone all the way up.
The irony
Uh,
though is that like it's not like paid. We like because none of us get paid here, so it's like we just
We don't?
you don't what? Oh,
You guys
okay,
are getting
never mind.
But we are still here to deliver. We serve.
Mm.
We serve
Protect even.
you guys things.
And nobody's in charge.
Absolutely.
That needs
Yeah.
to be.
except me.
Except for the person that owns the channel,
Like, look,
Important.
I'm in charge. Look at me. I could do all of the things.
Well, isn't that like the most recent thing that he
Yeah.
apparently Elon says he's not in charge of the thing
Well,
he's
we're all
floating about?
consulting here.
Oh.
Nobody's in charge. We're just consultants, man.
Okay. Okay, fair enough.
That's why you give out orders. I know. That's what This is the same. This is the Sweet Baby Ink situation all over again, by the way. We are not, we are not giving orders. We are just giving out consulting advice,
You're right,
telling you how horrible things are going to happen to you if you don't do exactly what we say. Yeah.
We serve.
I like
That's
consultants
exactly
looking
what I was
through my
thinking.
personal tax information. That's exciting.
Ooh. So listen, guys, we are.
Charles, stop resisting. You are being helped.
I'm doing my best to resist. I'm in a different country. Lock me out if you have to.
Fake
so,
American.
so our topic for today is Doge, but I will caveat the whole thing with it's more of an exploratory stream. Okay, guys, relax. We're
Yeah.
gonna just ask ourselves the questions and look up the answers rather than give them. Okay.
Make
We're
sure
gonna
to
just-
charge your flashlights because today we are diving deep into the depths of American stupidity.
Did he say flashlights or flashlights?
No
I was
torch.
wondering that myself.
Light source.
Um,
My accent. I hate it so much. Why?
I love
You
your
know what I
accent,
meant. You
Franz.
fucking know what I meant.
They say
The thing
torch.
that
here.
glows. Come on.
It's called
So-
a torch in the UK.
It is called a torch.
That's what
yeah.
I said. That's
Well,
why I said
in-
torch immediately after.
Is that what
Yeah.
the other thing's also called in the UK?
A
no,
flash torch.
a flesh torch.
Probably has some
That
weird
doesn't roll off the
cutesy name
tongue.
because that's what the UK does.
Yeah, the cheeky bugger.
Yeah, exactly.
So I do have some specific questions for us to go
Yes,
through.
electric
with
torch.
our
Thank you,
dog.
darling.
But Hydra, I have promised Hydra he gets basically a rant section. So yeah, are you ready, Hydra? Basically,
Not yet. I want for the setup to be complete.
He needs to step onto his soapbox first.
no, we need to mention one thing that relates to his.
I will. You can't just. Can't just tell me to rant on command.
Okay.
Don't worry, it will come naturally when
But-
some absolutely retarded bullshit is mentioned.
No, I press the button. Maybe it'll work. No, okay. So let's get on to Doge. Hydra rant. No, it's not happening, Jay. Sorry. Don't. I was also promised ranting, but okay, fine.
Don't worry, it will happen probably. If we are
Sure.
diving into an area there is a lot of stupidity, so I'm bound to get angry at someone sooner or later.
Mhm.
How do you
So
feel
we
about
got-
this?
From penis to vagina.
That's horrible.
What?
Honestly,
Jeez.
Music.
Finally,
Music.
Oscar worthy.
I can't believe that is real.
I found it.
I can't
I
believe
finally
it.
found it.
Just
Yes,
saying, 13 nominations. It's one off the record.
They have
you know,
they have 2 for best song. 2
Oh, yeah.
nominations
Is that-
for best
is that-
song.
is
that's
the
not
one?
the only
Is one of them?
banger.
Ooh.
Yeah,
They must
one
be
is-
coming from monkeys or something. I don't know who's nominating this.
I'm so not in the loop. Who made that? What?
What?
I don't
know
I'm
either,
not
man.
familiar
Oh,
with
Charles,
the
I don't
most
care if we get
nominated
copyright
film
strike.
of this year.
Let's go. Show
It's
this.
Amelia Perez, sir. It is the
Again?
musical of musicals.
Who?
Yeah, a Frenchman made a Mexican film about a trans person, and yeah, it's nobody
Interesting.
likes it. Nobody likes it, but the Academy.
Everyone
That's
is
always
trying
a
to tell us
that's
like
always a good sign when the elite wine sippers from the diamond decorated university are the only ones who are enjoying the thing. That's what you
Yeah.
want to see.
It's Hollywood patting itself on the back in the worst possible way when people are like, "Yeah, this is blatant. Like, this is terrible. What are you doing?" And for it to be nominated so many times, it's proof that the Oscars is.
Now it's in my head. From penis to vagina.
Please shut the fuck up. Do not say that. I will get angry with you.
hey Jay, Emperor Goodwin. A
Man,
great time
a
to
woman,
join
a
when
woman,
we've
2
got
men.
oh my god, it's for real. I can't believe that it's really that's really the movie.
I could probably emulate that sound with farts. That's how like musical it is.
Mm.
I want to hear this now. I gotta
you
look
should
into
see
this.
it.
Not the
That
fun.
entire
I'm-
scene is just crazy. Like
Yeah.
it's an entire plastic surgery scene where they're just going through the possible surgeries you could get. It
Yes.
seems like it'd be right up your
This,
alley.
this
Nemo. It's
sounds
very
like
artistic.
the Room territory. Okay, like
Yeah, except it's not trying to be laughably bad.
Well, the
It's-
room didn't try to be the room either.
Oh,
I mean, it
right.
became the room.
Yeah, that's fair.
yeah. So maybe this will be something that's beloved in like 13 years.
Oh, fuck off.
It's a true story. I made a
throwing
fart
dildos
track,
at the
I mean,
a track sampling a fart before. Says Zero Fuck. Are you the
I
guy that
believe
made that symphony? My god, I love that.
That's
was
fantastic.
It does a scale. It goes boo. It's great. I'll put it in the music part of the Discord.
Please do. But
Yes,
Well-
Jay.
we were
Yes.
talking about something important, guys.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it penis to vagina.
But I mean, it really did just wow.
It
Watch
went from
body.
penis to
Woohoo.
vagina.
the
Oh,
subject
they-
kind of transitioned, but that's okay.
But
So, President Donald Trump signed an executive order that we have
Which
we have
Oh,
one?
another one. And another one. And another one.
hey,
Wait, we got
Finally.
it.
You see, this is what happens
Why-
actually
cameras-
with Doge. Like we have to rehire the people that we've gotten rid
Yeah.
of.
I thought we
There you go.
cut 1/6 of the thinkers. What is happening? I'm going to fire whoever allowed this. Isn't that
And then
the
rehire them
promise we
because
ran
they were
on?
actually important.
Minus 1/5 of the thinkers,
Which
or
pun
1/6.
am I putting
Apologies.
in?
That's a good question. Just
Darling
put like
is
4 puns up there.
No. I'm not
You're
gonna.
in charge here.
I'm not being inefficient
Tra-
with the pun.
Transition? Was it when Grace said transition?
Oh, there you go. Okay, that works. Well
Oh.
done.
Yeah. Okay.
I win.
Uh,
Sorry.
You
Grace.
get paid.
yay! Thanks, Charles.
Yay.
Yeah, everybody. Sorry, you guys. You don't get anything now. Again.
So President,
Aw.
So, Doge. Like, listen, guys. Do we know that it was called the Department of Government Efficiency?
It was called
because
something else.
It's the
Yeah.
Department of Government Efficiency, or it's because
Deficiency.
lol Doge. Doge.
It's
There is
Well,
already a
both.
department of government efficiency.
No,
Doge
no,
is now working in parallel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
but
had
they
another
weren't
name.
as efficient, so we needed to come up with a meme-worthy name.
Zero Fucks has it. It was U.S. Department of Digital Services,
Mm.
and now it's Doge because
Because lol.
meme.
Does
We-
USDS just like roll off the tongue? If you just said
Well,
that, you know what they do. But if
Does
somebody
this-
says Doge, you're like, to the moon. Let's do this.
That's not what
Yeah.
we want to evoke, but okay.
Well,
government efficiency
okay,
to the
so
moon.
there other places like their meme titles too. In gasoline, transportation and such, they have an acronym for the protocols and whatnot for
Dope.
leaking underground storage tanks, which they just take that and spells out lust.
Oh,
There's lots of lusts over there.
Yeah, but that's not that different. Like, or it reminds me of the what is it? How did it somehow it spells out, or is it not an acronym? Anyway, in the Great Hadron Collider, when a particle goes out of bounds or fucks with the sensors somehow, I might be misremembering this, but I was talking to a guy who works there, and he explained it to me, and I found it very funny. When essentially it fucks with the sensor equipment or somehow moves out of the way or goes through the walls or something. Basically, not the point of the Hadron Collider, does the bad thing that it's not supposed to do. It is called a monster.
Okay.
And for some reason, management got angry about it and demanded that they rename it to something else. And so they made it into a nice acronym that just spells out previously known as monster.
Oh, okay. So HR was like, because that kind of thing is like you're not supposed to use violent language. It's kind of violent language. So, okay, but
To be
basically, what
fair,
I
you
want.
gotta be a monstrous particle to escape the particle accelerator.
So the first thing I want us to discuss is the origins and legitimacy of Doge. So, I mean, the fact that was previously something else, but now we had this function occurring in government, but now Trump brought this other version of it in via executive order. That was the big jump that everybody got. It's that it's part of his the executive branch, right?
Yes.
And not controlled by it's not elected. Basically, this whole thing wasn't elected, and that's
Yes.
the thing that everybody got scared about.
well,
Do we believe it's legal?
is there
Well,
risk?
all I was just gonna say is that I have been looking into things vaguely, not with a high amount of scrutiny, but there have been several instances of presidents doing things similar to this. One of them, even I can't remember what it was called, but it had efficiency in the name. It was about government efficiency. It just wasn't called. Didn't have the acronym of Doge. But
Was it called AGE? American Government Efficiency?
Maybe that'd be funny. Oh, but the point is that presidents have done similar things in the past, and it's what is it like the existence of Doge is not unique. The protocol in which or the process in which Doge is going about things is probably relatively unique.
Mm-hmm. So are you saying? So you guys are saying that? Look, Williams says as well. Clinton did something extremely similar. I saw some articles that spoke about that.
Did they send semi-threatening emails to employees?
I bet.
I
Before
don't know.
emails even existed.
Have we triggered the rant? Hydra, are you ready? I'll put up the sign when you're ready.
No, you will know. You will know. It won't be a rogue sentence, okay? You will know.
Okay.
You will know.
Okay.
When it comes to the money that is being spent in the government, that's what
Mhm.
Congress is for. So the first firings they should do is Congress, because if you're making all the money decisions, they don't need to be here.
They
So
won't
start
show
there.
up for their firing, Charles.
So
Okay,
the
problem is
are
the problem is that Congress does hold the purse strings, but Congress is also has demonstrated its unwillingness to regulate itself, because we're in this situation
Of
to
course.
begin with.
Mhm.
So you're kind of between a rock and a hard place, right? Where the correct process is the process that doesn't work.
let's
I
start
think
with
the Congress. You know what I hate? What I think would help with this. There was a law made that doesn't allow a certain type of aggressive investigations into Congress members. And if I recall correctly, it was made because was it the CIA or the FBI? I don't remember. But they set up basically the classic Arabian Prince scam, but with Congress members. It was way back in I don't know, 60s,
Ab scam?
50s. Yeah. So they
the
set it up,
70s.
but yeah, 70s. Okay, thank you. Charles knows more about this than I do, apparently. So the whole point was to, really aggressively investigate just how corrupt some Congress members were and how much money they would be willing to sell out their beliefs in the American people for. And the results were extremely surprising. And naturally, the immediate response after this whole thing catching a bunch of Congress members who just behaved like my man, the dude literally stuffed his pockets with cash and asked the agents, is this too obvious or should I hide it somewhere else? Like, these are the kinds of congressmen that were caught by this scam, okay? And afterwards, naturally, immediately Congress's response is like, no, you can't do that. So if I was president, I would try to work really hard to revoke this, because I think this is exactly the kind of aggressive investigation that needs to be done into these kinds of people.
You're missing something, actually. So,
Okay.
yes, you did have the whole thing of no, you shouldn't do that. No, But
Mhm.
then they also gave a unilateral raise to everyone in Congress.
Okay. Wow. So
It happens every year.
So the idea of Doge over here, it seems like as Americans, you like Charles, you've said so. BMO, it seems like you guys like the idea of cutting government spending.
Definitely,
Yeah, just
100%
take your
I do.
time.
Just
Can-
don't
can you
don't
tell us
don't
what you're
swap it
doing?
all out.
I don't think
Yeah.
anyone here is against making the absolutely monstrous American bureaucracy more efficient and less expensive. It's just the way Doge goes about it is like, it reminds me of watching children in a kindergarten, like they're destroying each other's sandcastles out of pettiness. Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
It actually,
If I were Elon Musk, I would start with the conflicts,
you'd have
because
so much
he
money.
receives a ton of government money, and a lot of the things that
He doesn't
has-
need to be more efficient, Charles. Come on.
like that, at least that shows that like I'm here to I'm here to do what I said I was doing. So I realize that there's conflict of interest here. I'm going to start with what the hell I'm receiving checks for. But
Does it
Yeah.
help that he kind of did by donating to Trump's campaign? I mean, like that's kind of
Yes, that helps.
You can't get
Okay,
a
you
little
guys
bit
have
pregnant.
guys have
Ray.
jumped
You're
to my-
either
my-
pregnant or you're not.
So you guys have jumped to my next question, actually, which is about Elon Musk. Is he's said he's not the exact he's not making decisions, but at the same time he acts like he's making the decisions and speaks like he's making the decisions. And then of course we had, as we spoke about last week,
He wants
we
the
had
credit for all the decisions, but for all of the bad things, for the responsibility to fall on other people's shoulders.
That's
Mhm.
fair.
Yeah.
No, it's fucking not. Shut up.
Seems
He's just a
right.
figurehead. Don't worry about it.
Mhm.
I'm here for the
Yeah.
credit. That's all I'm here for.
So this conflict of
Wait,
interest
wait.
thing is
We have precedents for this. We have
Mhm.
precedents for this. I've given this a lot of thought. Actually, I think that what Elon really is doing is delegating a lot of stuff, and including his Twitter account. I don't think he's running it. Maybe he
I
has
think his ego is- I think
he has
his-
access to it. Maybe he posts on it sometimes. I don't think that he's really running.
It's like his Diablo account.
Exactly. I think it's like his video games. He's account sharing, and he is doing delegating, receiving reports, and then relaying those reports to Trump. I don't think that he's really deep in the stuff, going through things himself, understanding things. I think that he's just receiving reports some at various levels of information depth and processing that himself, sharing it, dictating it, or having somebody else dictate it to whoever is doing the Twitter stuff.
Why would this person who's a proxy poster have the first information about a rather popular group, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, announcing that was dead before any of us got news? Why? How would this person have that news so soon if it wasn't Elon?
No. But my point is that he is saying vague, what is it? That's why there's mistranslations or whatever. So he says, we want this thing dead or something like that. And then the poster is really inflammatory. So they post, this thing is dead.
This is a lot of charity to someone who doesn't deserve it.
No. I'm not saying. I'm trying.
Are you bringing this as an
I
example?
understand you're
of-
trying to give an alternative take of what could be happening, Andrew. I know.
Is this
I would not
is
put
this
this far.
is this being brought up as an example of his conflict of interest? Is that what you're trying to bring up, Charles?
Oh, I'm
They all
trying
started-
to say that this is
started
why he's
bumping
such
it
a
around,
bad
but Charles,
communicator.
you brought it up.
I was just saying that this is why he's such a bad communicator. Is because it's going through multiple layers of people to get to different.
If you're going to be the head of the government efficiency agency, you should be pretty precise and efficient about your messaging. That's
No,
all I'm
everybody else has to be
That's-
efficient, Charles, and he's immune to criticism because remember, Trump has a hand in this, and he said this is okay, or is tacitly supporting this, or is directly supporting this. And if you disagree with anything he has ever done, you have TDS. So no, we don't take no criticism. You might as well shut up because the hordes of bots will immediately tell you that the only way you could dislike anything these people do is if you are unhinged and crazy. So no, sorry.
No, but
Bimo, you're off mic a lot. By
I
the
don't
way.
understand. I'm literally haven't moved.
Okay, you're fine.
So you have the CFPB. You have the CFPB, right?
No, don't give me acronyms. Spell it out. I don't know what you
Consumer
mean.
Financial Protection Bureau.
Thank you, Charles.
Yes. Okay.
If you have a bank fee that is
Yeah, no,
bullshit.
we've got Consumer
No, wait.
Protection Act in
Okay,
South
okay.
Africa. Okay,
Yeah. Okay, but it gets complicated because, what is it? They only regulate banks that have 10 billion and over
It's just
in
a
assets.
consumer bureau. Like if
Okay.
you know Verizon charges you too much, you report to them.
But if a financial institution has less than 10 billion in assets, they are not under the CFPB.
Okay,
are not
so
regulated by
that's one.
But-
that was the main.
They just handle the big
conflict of-
banks, which can do the
Yeah.
most damage.
And that was where I've heard the main conflict of interest was with Elon, was because he is making X the everything app, and it's going to basically become this this bank or whatever, and having control over, or having that consumer protection or whatever covered or like in his pocket helps him out. Great for with whatever
Conflict
he's doing.
of interest.
So,
Yeah.
but I'm just struggling to understand what the hell his role is. Is he a mascot? Is he a?
Well-
So I've asked.
See, that's
Literally.
the thing. Yeah,
so-
he's kind of a figurehead, kind of a mascot, you
Mhm.
know, kind of like Doge is to the meme, but
Yeah.
he's officially not the head. So,
Yeah.
Charles, your conflict of interest, it doesn't matter because he's not the head. So,
Yeah,
so we're all
right.
good.
Yeah, if
But then-
you're
He's
like a
only the
lawyer-
head when it's convenient. As soon as it's not convenient, he has absolutely
Uh-huh.
nothing to do with it.
Yeah, if you're a judge, he has no idea what you're talking about. But if you're,
Mhm.
you know, Xman4949 on Twitter, oh man, I'm doing so much. So it just
Mhm.
depends on who's asking.
Winning. Yeah.
Lol meme.
Yeah, because he is basically what it's telling me here is, if Musk is classified as a special government employee.
He's special.
He's not very special. He can only work up to 130 days on Doge related efforts without being a full-time federal employee. Right.
Oh,
so
that's why he's moving fast.
But I still
Yeah.
think he's still an employee. He's still gonna get something from it.
Consultant.
Yeah, he's getting something from it.
Whatever the salary is, that event or stipend, I suppose, is what you would eventually call it if you wanted to make it sound more palatable. That's negligible, but it's still happening.
I mean,
So-
he'd be taking a pretty significant cut in wages to work for the government. I don't think that's what's happening. From what I understand, there is no official payment being made,
Uh-huh.
but you know, there are armored Teslas being made
Yeah.
for certain things. So,
And he still has those
hard to
government
understand.
contracts.
So
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, what is said here is that he can maintain. So it legally, because he's a special government employee or a consultant. Nice, and this is a thing. It wasn't established for him. It's a thing. That he can maintain his private sector roles at Tesla, SpaceX, and other companies. He's subject to certain ethics rules. Ethics. But he isn't required to divest his business interests or publicly disclose his finance.
Oh,
unlike
that's
permanent government
fantastic. That's
officials.
even less
That's
than the
creepy.
epic rules.
And you know what, Charles? I would say, like, sure, he's not required, but maybe as a thing of goodwill.
Yeah. I mean, he said no one's more transparent than I am. All right, so get started. You're looking
Yeah.
at my tax information. Let me look at yours.
Show
Okay,
you
Just
show
to
yours
throw
off
it out
first.
there, can you name the guy who did it during Biden's administration, even if you don't know like his exact title? Do you
Oh, you
know
mean-
who was in charge of
mean Jim?
anything? Yeah. I'm just saying, like, it does seem to be a little bit more transparent than it was before.
No,
Like,
it pretends
every
to be more
president-
transparent. That's what it does. It puts a big man saying, "I'm the one in charge. I'm doing this." That's not transparency.
No, he said that
okay?
he's not
That
in
is
charge,
not.
though, sir.
That is placing a fig. That is placing a big red pointing arrow at someone, saying he's the dude.
Okay.
Okay, that's not transparency. That doesn't tell you how they're doing it, why they're doing it, how the decisions are being, who is being involved, what kind of money changes
wasn't the
hands,
question
who's
asked.
interest groups, anything at all. No, what you fucking have is just pointing at something, saying, "He is the dude, my guy, who does the thing, but only when he does good. When something bad happens, all of a sudden, it's Stevens over here. He should take the fall. There, get fucking fired." This is not transparency. This is a fucking kindergarten's understanding of transparency. When they ask who kicked the sandcastle, oh, it was that guy over here. Like, no, I'm tired of people pretending that this is what transparency looks like. But can you name the name of the finance minister? That's not what fucking
Can you name
transparency
one
looks like. Do
thing
you
that
know
got
what
caught in
transparency
any
looks like?
previous
When the
administration ever?
racers, when in car
good point.
racings, the
Okay,
racers
so this would
have
be an
the
improvement to
names.
transparency. Nobody said this is the
Okay.
pinnacle of it. This is exactly what we want. It's hey,
No,
this
it's
is more
not. That is
transparent
not
than it was
exactly what you
before.
should want. If this is exactly what you should want,
He's
we have a
American.
problem.
Hold on. Okay, so Hydra, what is your problem with the DOJ? Sorry, the Doji. The doggy.
My
Well,
problem
Now-
is that all of these people should be wearing a vest with the names of all of those companies whose money they are taking. That's my fucking problem. That would be transparency, you see, because I would know exactly that that guy making that law is doing that because he's being paid millions by that company or that interest group or those lobbyists or
Okay.
those activists.
Okay.
That would
You're
be
mocking
fucking transparency.
this thing and saying that it's not real transparency and it's kindergarten version of it. Cool. Can you name anything that happened in any previous administration that's anywhere close to this? This might not be the pinnacle of transparency.
Yes, the EU has
but
much
it is
better
more transparent
transparency,
than it
for
was,
example.
which seems like improvement. Okay, what was cut and who did it?
In the EU. Oh,
Wait,
so
let
in
me
America,
finish.
we're
what
talking
is the
America.
transparency in the EU? Please tell
I-
me.
Well, I think
There
part
is-
of it is gray. The person who's also doing this reporting owns X and has a significant way of influencing.
That's just a
what you
cherry
see
on
in the
top that he
paper.
owns a public platform. Okay, that's just it's completely different can of worms.
Well, he's terminally
Yeah.
online. Like we hear about everything because he's posting like what 50 times a day.
Seriously, we can't even talk about it without talking about him. We can't talk about this department without talking about Elon.
I think if it weren't him, we wouldn't have known
Talk
about half
about
of
it.
this.
Yeah, I
Yeah, that
suppose
too.
so. And
He's the
but
public
what
sounding board.
Gray, am I understanding you correctly here with the pushback to Hydra? Is that listen, it's at least a good thing. It's better than what we had before.
I think it's the first step towards transparency. Like you're
They are
right,
not going
we
to
don't
take
know
any
every
further
single
steps.
thing.
They
Hold
are
on,
not.
please, Hydra. I want to hear from Gray.
So I think this is the first step towards getting more transparency. Every president that I can think of has talked about cutting certain things. It
Mhm.
doesn't seem like it actually ever happens.
Mhm.
Any private sector job that any of us has ever had does not have the same type of bloat that government jobs do.
Oh, yeah.
It's sad. I don't know if you've ever worked in the education system or the government system, but man, if you don't spend every dollar that you get less. So it's always just spend more, find a way to
Yeah,
allocate
I
this
know.
money. We can't have any left over. That's
I
not
know.
the way that private works. It does seem like, it just keeps building upon building upon building, and it just keeps going until we get this huge monster.
Yes, I know. I'm very
I've been
well
on
aware
board
of
for
this.
cutting things for a long time, but I don't know that they're necessarily going about it with like a surgeon's precision. They did have to hire.
They're going about it with a
nuclear
shotgun's
codes.
precision.
Sorry, Hurry. Yeah, just hold on. You go back to the precision point there, Gray.
So I don't think it's being done with like the best precision ever, but man, there's a lot of this that I think it basically is kind of I do believe that we are being lied to in certain ways about how much we need to spend in certain things. And the fact that each president can kind of just essentially make their own executive orders that just kind of perpetuate this. I don't know. I'm kind of excited that actually somebody is getting in there and cutting some of it. It doesn't seem like maybe they are fully where they should be, and even when they're trying to bring out these numbers, it appears some of them have been wrong, where they thought it was in the billions and it turns out to be millions. Who hasn't made that mistake? But I don't know. I'm hearing that I might actually get a $5,000 check. That sounds awesome. I didn't get that during the pandemic, so this sounds a little bit better to me. All the things that they keep bringing up, like these ridiculous things that we're funding through, like you said, I don't know 100% that this is what that money is going to, and that is correct. But I know that there was no fucking transparency before. I didn't know that this money was.
Yeah,
coming.
that's fine, but you don't get to take credit for transparency.
Well, if I'm getting a fraction of the picture now, and it's only so transparent, it's a little bit opaque. That's so much more transparent than it was. This is baby.
Yes, but that doesn't mean they deserve the credit. Like, they are not going to move any further. Do you know what this is? This is the equivalent of having someone work for essentially slave labor and them not having any payment increase for the past 100 years, and then you bump it up by 0.1%, and all of a sudden you're the best person since the original fucking resurrection of Jesus Christ. Like, the fact is, they are not going to go any further because it would harm their own interests. Also,
We'll see.
William Richards, I am well aware of the whole USA thing. I am not contesting that. What I am contesting is that the whole thing is being wielded in a manner that is politically advantageous for a select few who are trying to increase their interest. When has not that been in the case of politics? I know, but I do think that the EU's transparency register is so much fucking better than
Okay, so
this
I'm
thing
an
of just
ignorant American.
naming a guy in charge and pointing a big red arrow at it. Because at least
don't know
you
everything
know
about
the
the EU.
agents who are meddling with the register.
But I'd have to think that the EU is not that much more transparent. But you're saying like, okay, this is along political lines.
That is
Well,
not what
look
I am
at what all this
saying,
funding-
Richards. You can't do anything good at all if you're not doing it perfectly. That is not what I'm saying.
How is it
You
not
could
what you're
only
saying?
maliciously misinterpret to get that fucking sentence out. What verbal
I wanna ask a
diarrhea just
question,
came out of your fucking mouth?
No,
Hold
okay,
on.
Hydra.
Okay,
Hydra.
Hydra, hold on, buddy. So one thing is you're saying that this is politically advantageous. Okay, but look at what everything that is being funded that they're cutting was. That was politically advantageous as well. You're not seeing like Second
Yeah, of
Amendment rights.
course.
You're not seeing a whole bunch of right-leaning things. It seemed to be going one direction.
You are replacing
So I
shit
don't know.
with dung.
I think this
Okay.
appears to be sort of I don't know if it's course correcting, but it's like this seems like a lot of bloat that is politically favoring one side. So I don't know. I'm okay with cutting some of it.
Why is there?
They
a
are replacing
problem-
it with bloat for
Charles,
the other
okay,
side.
Charles, I would like to hear from
Wait,
Charles.
hold on, wait, hold on.
I will mute all of your fucking asses. Charles.
Why is it such a problem, or if it's not even talked about yet, to not make cuts and fire people right away, but come to the public because you're being transparent and say, hey, this is stuff we need to pull back and, see how it goes and then pull it back because they can take that money back anyway. Why, cut with such a
So
120 days.
That's the point.
He'll
That's
be
the
an
point.
employee.
it alarms me that like the rush has something to do with his status. It's like,
Is that what the explanation is, Gray? Hello? I won't mute you, I promise.
Sorry,
What's
I did
that?
that to myself. I had the stupid double mute thing going. I'm like, I'm not muted. What are you? Yeah, I'm memeing a bit. I don't know that that's necessarily why they're moving so fast, but I think people are not necessarily treating Trump with fairness. They're like, hey, he's been in there for a month. How come groceries aren't down yet? I think he is looking to get things that will be seen kind of right away, and I think this. $5,000 refund sounds kind of fun.
some
painful.
asshole was
It's gotta
talking
be the
about
top.
day one. I don't know what clown decided to say that day one things are going to be fixed. Whoever
Jeez.
did that.
Big one.
Crazy.
I wonder
Oh,
who
who
said that there
that?
would be peace in 24 hours. That was a really stupid thing to say.
I do agree with you, Hydra, with this political advantage, right? In that, I feel like the rush is to show it off, to say, look what we did, look how much we cut, look at all of this. But I think, like you said, Charles, actually just coming and saying, look at this,
Yeah.
is big enough. That's big enough. You don't have to run and cut everything immediately.
And you'll get support
but-
where people are like, holy
Mhm.
shit, get rid of
And-
that stuff.
Yeah, and and go over it and make sure that you're not making mistakes like Gaza in Mozambique and Gaza in Gaza, like that sort of thing. Go over that and focus on that if you're going to be just expose that. But I guess also I can understand where Hydra's coming from in that maybe he's just got that Eastern European cynicism, and I relate to that having the South African cynicism where everybody comes and says, well, yeah, we're going to get the transparency.
No,
and we're
I've
gonna do the
seen all of this
committee."
happen before, and all of it will happen again. It's like a very
Yes.
choreographed.
Yes.
It's like a very choreographed performance.
Mhm.
That's
It's not
what it
real.
is to me,
Okay.
because I'm seeing it again and again, and it's gonna go the
You're
exact
saying
same
that.
way.
But when's the last time in the U.S. we have cut
That's it.
significant government departments? I've heard
Just
everybody
because
talk
you
about
are-
it since like the 80s. I haven't seen it.
Just because the US is especially shit doesn't mean that you get to make the argument of, well, it is slightly less shit than it was before, therefore everyone who is involved is a hero and can only do good things. Like, I know that, oh, it's the first thing since a long time.
Okay, dude,
you
that's
know.
such a straw man of what anybody is saying. Nobody has said everybody is a hero, they can do no wrong.
That is all
slightly
I
less
see,
shit than
by
it
the way.
was.
Whenever I see
Okay, well, I'm not saying
anyone
that. I'm
talk
saying
about,
this is slightly
yeah,
less
I'm not
shit.
talking. I'm
Just
not
end
talking
the
about
statement
your
there.
position.
Don't straw man it and add the additional part of nobody can ever do wrong. Everyone's a superhero here. No, it's slightly less shit.
That is what people say when they talk about Elon, man. Unfortunately, that
Okay,
is
but
that
is
is how
anyone
he's
here
characterized.
saying that? I think is anyone here saying
No,
that
that's the
Elon
second
is
part of the sentence. The second part of, or the first part of the sentence was that just because it's slightly less shit than it was before doesn't mean I'm going to give credit to this guy. So then let's continue from there, since clearly nobody here is taking the position that Elon can't do anything wrong. Then I'm going to just
Yeah.
cut all of that shit out, because I was ranting not just about whatever position you have, Gray, that I don't,
I
that
think
you haven't
you were
fully
ranting the
explained yet.
most about Elon. I think you were. I sensed. Listen, I was just sensing.
Don't think
it.
that everything I'm saying here is addressed directly to you guys on the panel.
No, I'm
like
talking
I am
about
ranting
Elon.
generally
I
at
think,
the world
I
as
think you're
well.
ranting.
It wasn't just
Yes.
I think that, oh, Gray, you are such an Elon defender or something. Like, that wasn't the point. The point was that in general, I was really mad at the way people give or don't give credit for certain things only when it's convenient, and the ridiculous sacred cows that they have sometimes.
I'm pro-African American. That doesn't mean that I think, Elon's a superhero.
That is not
or
what
anything
I
like that.
said, Richards. Just because we are making improvements doesn't mean
Okay,
I
I would
won't
like to hear
acknowledge.
from Foxroo now, and then BMO
Okay.
as well, because we've had you guys. I didn't interrupt Foxroo because I wanted to hear from Charles, but now Foxroo has to talk. I decided.
Well, one of the things that I really like about the way we do things in America is a kind of competition and combativeness. It allows the most self-interested parties to positively contribute to the system. And if we can get presidents dueling essentially over government efficiency, then especially how it trades generally back and forth between Republican and Democrat, then we can have people targeting both sides, chipping away at each other's pet projects and getting down the waste, because they will be targeting the waste on the other side, essentially.
So
And
the citizen wins.
so the citizens will win in the end, even if we have to put up with a lot of bullshit in the short term.
So
That's
like
my hope.
Zerofox says, they're free markets for the win. So it's kind of like the market kind of, but that does take a long time if that becomes a precedent being set. But actually, also BMO, sorry, BMO, is your mic back? Hello?
I think so. Am I back?
You go like
Unfortunately.
Yeah, it kind of
we
like
can hear you.
waves in and
Is it
out.
seriously going
you.
in and I don't know what the hell StreamYards is doing. It wasn't doing this yesterday.
Yeah.
Is that really what it sounds like?
No.
Fuck.
I mean, kind of.
Sometimes.
Sort of.
I'm talking straight into my mic.
That
Are you
was
sure
good.
you're talking
So
into
Okay,
the
tell us.
correct part of the mic, though?
It is in my mouth.
Clip it.
Anyways, I did have some questions because I wanted some clarification. Ironically, I wanted some transparency in this conversation because I had to leave
Penis
when.
to vagina.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted some clarification on
Typo.
what Hydra was meaning. So, so far,
Yeah, I would have loved to finish that sentence because
I understand.
without the second half, it sounds unhinged. But
I'm just so. It sounds like you were saying that Doge and the things that Elon has been putting out have no bearing on transparency or trying to remove bloat from the government. And I want to make sure that
what I am saying is that they only do it when it is convenient and from people that they would seek destroyed naturally because of political differences.
Where is your evidence of that?
My
what
evidence is that the people who get cut by this are people whom these guys hate post about, like absolutely deranged, obsessed freaks every day on Twitter. Like they were continuously talking about, oh, this guy is so bad, look at how woke and whatever they are. Poof! Oh, so how great that the funding for them is gone. We are so much more efficient, guys. Like to me, this is just, oh, look at you are taking credit for removing a tiny bit of corruption and bloat from the insanely corrupt and over-bloated US government when it is convenient for you to strike the opposition. This would be fine, by the way, if it was what Andrew said, that it's going to be going back and forth with significantly larger swings than this. Then I would be all for it. But the problem is for me to be okay with this kind of behavior, you would need to be exposing a large amount of corruption with people that would otherwise be beneficial for you financially to just coexist with, in the way when it would be the most inconvenient for you, because that is what principled behavior would be to me. For example, being about a responsible man in a family, you need to have the same pillars of beliefs, not just when they are convenient for you, but you need to stand up for those things you believe when they are the most inconvenient and you most don't want to do them, because that's what makes them principles. Okay, I don't get the credit for, oh, I'm being such a good traditional husband, for example. I'm doing this as a hypothetical. If I behave like a good traditional husband when it's convenient, but not when it's inconvenient. No, the whole point is that you need to do it properly.
We've gone across a little more into like that. I can see this is connected.
I'm connecting it with moral principles. Sorry, I understand that's a jump.
Yes, I'm just trying to. So if I were to find an example of them cutting something that wasn't something that they were hate posting on Twitter about, would that change your opinion?
Could you expand on that more?
So you were saying that you think it's fake, or you think that this is not as well. Hold on, let me get my words out, please.
Okay.
You have an issue with this because it is not as transparent as they're making it seem. And you brought up examples of them removing funding for people that they don't like on Twitter. That was your example.
Not that they don't like them on Twitter, from whom people that they are opposed to politically, and when the question was asked, oh, how do you know they are opposed politically, or what do you mean by that, or why?
For an example, would you say like the DEI people? Would that be a good
for example, people whom they've been ranting at and targeting and saying, oh, these guys are the worst, these guys are responsible for all the bad things for a long time, way before those were even conceptualized, way back since then. Like, I am not surprised that they go against those people, because that is what I would expect from people going out, like people would go after their political rivals. Natural. That's what's going to happen. But that to me doesn't scream just, oh, look at how much more efficient they are. I mean, they remove some bloat and some corruption from the US government, clearly, but that doesn't mean that they are good at it or are doing the right thing. Like,
no, that does mean that they're doing the right thing, though, Hydra. That does mean they're doing the right thing. How does it mean? That definitely means they're doing the right thing. It just sounds like you're saying they're not doing enough of the right thing.
Are you doing the right thing if you're performing an action that in a neutral condition would be seen as a moral good, but you're performing it out of selfishness?
Yes, but as cool. But as a citizen on the other side, because you don't actually need to even care about it in terms of the market, okay? As a citizen, what's best for me? If my president is an arsehole and whatever, but my taxes become lower, or government spending reduces, or my president's really nice, I morally align with him, but everything stays the same. That's what is happening here. But what you're saying is it's just
the positive impact. No. I'm not against the positive impact that, the reduced corruption and bloat will have, naturally, obviously. That would reasonable person would be against that, obviously.
I don't understand why you're so upset, Hydra. I'm pretty sure that Elon would very much support your country's government.
Thank you. That's how kind of him.
But I just wanted to make sure that I can narrow down exactly what it is here that I want to try to find what the linchpin is, because it sounds like what Kitty said, that are they just not doing enough, or is it their intent is wrong? Is that what you're saying?
This yeah, what Gray said here was very nice. Sorry, not that. This one, yeah. Look at this. That is that
No,
also
not the right
the
thing is
question you're
happening.
doing,
The
Bimo?
right thing is happening only or to the people. The right thing is happening to some people, but not to all of them who deserve it. How can I give an
Was
example
any
that
of the
is
right
more
thing happening before, though?
in some places, yes, but not in the US. But it was happening to some degree before, but not this particular way. Like there were corruption purges before in the US. It just they weren't conducted in this particular way.
They were communists from the
No,
government.
logic's fine. Hold on, I have to need to address some things in the chat. First of all, my dislike of Elon is not necessarily the reason why I think Doge is performative. Doge clearly had some positive impact in what they did. I just dislike it because it's not principled. That's my point. I don't care that, oh, great that the IRS is being looked at right now, but obviously I don't want entire agencies to be shuttered. Okay, what is this assumption on your part? And I am making a moral argument, but not on just personal criteria, on making living conditions better, not just by removing the people who are convenient to be removed for you politically, but also removing those that would be inconvenient. I don't see the hypocrisy in me saying that, hey, the people who are corrupt and are bloated, etc., you know the deal, should be removed, not just on those political groups that we oppose ideologically, but also on those that we don't.
Okay, hold on. That actually gets to what I was talking about.
You are very quiet again, Bimo, by the way.
I don't understand
I can hear you.
why. It's funny because the closer I get to my mic, the worse it sounds. It's wild. Okay, but
maybe turn off the noise cancelling or whatever that StreamYard is putting in.
Okay, well, you can hear me now, though, right?
Yes, yell.
So I just want to. So it sounds like what was said earlier, that the ideological reasons as to why these actions are being done is why you're against it, right? Would you say so?
No, not why they are being. I can't see into people's heads. I can only assume motivations. But in the way that they are being done is what I dislike. What should I even compare it to? Hold on. Maybe an example when the whole YouTuber reactions are bad once again. For the 14th time, the whole thing was popping off. There was a call between Hassan and H Bomber Guy, two of these absolutely disgusting people who behave in reprehensible ways, and they were laughing about how these other people who were stealing content by doing basically no reactions, where they just put their face in a corner and were watching something else, how they were going downhill, and how these two guys had made this, and how H Bomber Guy made this great video about exposing whatever and ever. And it didn't matter to these people that they were guilty of the same thing, or that people in their community, or that even Hassan was this content thief, because all that they cared about was that, hey, content, taking all of other people's content without their consent and stealing it is bad. So let's get rid of all of the people we politically hate and disagree with on the other side of the political aisle who do that thing. But we are just fine and laughing in the corner about it because we can do it. It's allowed for us.
Okay. This goes back to what I was saying. Okay, if I can show you evidence that they're not specifically going for people of the other aisle that they disagree with, would you change your opinion? Would your opinion change?
I would change my opinion if Elon looked at not Elon. It's not about the Doge, whoever is in charge. Okay, Elon is in charge when it's convenient. He is not in charge when it's convenient. The mystery man or the group of people who give off the final stamp on these decisions that it's going to happen for real, not the Twitter guy who posts the tweets or whatever. The whole apparatus behind it. If it moved against something that maybe even politically was supporting them or was financing them or was for lobbying for them and was politically their ally and removed people there for corruption and bloat, basically repeatedly when they had sufficient evidence and so provided it publicly more transparently than they are doing right now, then I would say congratulations, you are doing the right thing.
I feel like that hasn't answered my question.
Okay.
If I were to find evidence of unilateral, across the board, no political lines taken, going against right and left on the political aisle, not for ideological reasons, would that change your position?
In the matter that they would only go after their interests, not necessarily, because you could still have your interests be served just because something is on the other side of the political aisle. Like,
Okay,
I'm not going to say that.
So they cannot do anything. They cannot actually do anything that satisfies you.
They can. They absolutely can.
What's the standard they need to hold to then? Because I don't know where you're.
They need to cut bloat and corruption from people that are actively supporting them or good for them. The whole point is for them to not have the blind spots. That has nothing to do with left or right wing, because just because you are very right wing, you could still have very left wing people whose unbothered existence could be beneficial to you. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay. Am I wrong? Wasn't that literally what Bima was saying? Like, if he could show you that they did cut some from people that supported them, would that change your mind? Wasn't that what he was saying?
To a degree.
Partially, yes, but not fully, but it partially, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm trying to make I feel like I'm not communicating properly because there are constant misunderstandings.
That's what
government severance packages were offered to all government employees, and ATK took those packages, depressed Hydra, and you're ignoring that on purpose because you hate Elon.
Well,
I am not ignoring shit on purpose. I am aware of these packages, but I don't.
You to ignore shit on purpose for a second. Ignore the chat for a second and address what I'm asking. Okay.
Okay. Tell me.
Okay. So, let's say Elon dropped his government contracts. Would you feel better about Doge?
No, because you didn't do the right thing. Still.
What would the right thing be then in this instance? This is what I still don't understand.
The right thing would be to hold the same standard to all of those groups that are beneficial to you. That's the right thing.
Okay, you have said that multiple times now, but I still don't understand what that means because I'm not trying to attack you here. I'm trying to understand you. Where
I know. I'm not perceiving
every time it seems like I'm getting close to what your position actually is. It seems like there's an extra thing added on. Because first you're saying that he's doing the wrong thing because of his interests, and then if he got rid of those interests, like let's say the government contracts that are currently
no, just because he drops the government contracts doesn't mean he got rid of his interest. Fuck no. He has his personal interest forever with him. You cannot cut out of that a human being. I need to see him willingly act against those personal interests to be able to see.
This is a good question by Zerofax. Is this a left wing or why?
No, it's not. That specifically, it's not a left versus right wing thing. That's exactly why I said just because I see him moving against the right wing group doesn't automatically mean. And then Kitty was like, "Oh, so he can't do anything correct." No, that's not the point. It's about convenience.
Yeah,
and
that's
support politically.
They still haven't removed the space, guys.
That's great.
If the bots are here again. No.
So Hydra. If he were to remove those government contracts, that would be removing a conflict of interest.
One out of the many, yes. Right? That would be a step in the right direction.
Okay, that's what I need to hear. Because now I know that it's not about like.
Yes, but you asked, would that be getting rid of the conflict of the? You asked, would that be completely, would my criticisms no longer be valid or no longer be to the same extent because he dropped his government contracts, that means that there is no the convenience is now different when deciding about political groups. No, it's just part of the equation.
Okay, so what would it take for you to change your position on this? This is what I want to find out.
I need to see him act against groups that are actively supporting him financially and expose corruption and bloat in those.
Okay, I feel like we're looping a little bit.
Okay, then let's take a different approach completely to avoid looping.
Let's see.
Okay.
Wait,
What
hold on.
about
Let me take a stab at it, okay? Because I think I understand Hydra. Okay. So
Okay.
we have let's say here you have 100%. This is theoretical. So you have 100% of the budget. And then you have 50% going to Democrat minded things and 50% going to Republican things. And then we can further break that down to things that on either side, that things that benefit Elon and things that don't. And there are some Democrat, some Republican things on the left and the right. And what is it? Elon seems to be going after things on the left and the right. They're in the category of don't affect Elon. And what would prove to Hydra that this isn't just self-interested is if he was targeting things on the left and the right that also included
I
that
disagree with
benefited
part
Elon.
of that premise. I don't think he's going after things that don't affect Elon.
No, sorry.
He's going after things that do
benefit.
affect
That's what
him.
I meant. Not affect, benefit. That's what I meant. Things that
Oh, so
don't
yeah,
affect.
then could you then for going after things that oh my god, okay.
It's a good way to make you pay attention. Hey, Puff.
Hey,
David
David.
Puffy. But yes, Lucifer has asked us for the using his Canadian dollars. He has asked the 4
How
million
dare he?
contract with
Maple
Tesla.
syrup dollars, not real dollars. Yes.
These all go to Charles, by the way. What was dropped? Is that good? So what do you think of that? Them
Wait,
dropping that?
Do they go to the egg fund?
What's the egg
Charles at egg fund.
Oh, eggs are
No,
perfectly priced over here.
do not say that.
Oh.
No.
those eggs, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
it was a double joke.
So confused.
Yeah.
So
Back on
so
So
that is
Lucifer the
question.
Doberman asked
Yeah.
if it was good that the 400 million contract with Tesla was dropped. Yes, that is something that is good, but also something that I shouldn't have to congratulate you for. But yes, that is a good thing. Thank you. A baseline good was done. Appreciated.
Wasn't that announced this year, though?
Why are you? Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
I am
that
going
was
to continue
signed- that was
right where we
signed
left
last
off.
year.
One
It was
moment.
signed by Biden.
Hold on. Logic's finest in the chat. I am not ignoring a gaping hole in the argument. I understand that you're talking for like the third time about how every employee was offered a severance package, and that directly speaks to my moral argument that I am somehow ignoring that the moral conflict was removed right there. No, that doesn't remove the moral conflict. Just because everyone was given a potential golden parachute, hey, you can take it, doesn't suddenly remove all possible moral conflict from a situation.
Mhm.
Think about it. Would you honestly think that you are at a workplace and you're offered a severance package to leave? Would that just in of itself mean that there is no possible moral bias in that situation just because they were offered the money to leave? Do you seriously believe that just because someone was offered the money to leave a position means that there could be no possible moral wrong or bias in that situation? I don't think so. I don't think that's rational. But also, to go back, Andrew, to your point, which we're talking about, you were talking about how Elon, you wanted to replace the word. Could you rephrase that then from the beginning
Yes.
about how Elon acted against
So we have-
specifically what in the allocation of funds?
We have a theoretical budget here, right?
Yes.
50% Republican, 50% Democrat, and then those are both split. Things that don't benefit Elon and things that do benefit Elon on both sides, right? And he seems to be going after things on either side, mostly Democrat, but things on both sides of things that don't benefit Elon. They're both in that quadrant.
Yeah,
That
and the
hemisphere.
problem is that I disagree with that because I think it benefits him not in like cold hard cash necessarily, but politically. Because from the very beginning, he was moving against those groups. And so it is not surprising that he would wield this this political institution that, or this thing, this group that he's created, the Doge, and as a weapon against groups from whom we basically talked about, oh, I want to remove these from day one, or oh, how these are so bad. Like, I am not surprised, and it is even expected.
Prepare your eyes. Sorry.
Oh no, are we about to be flashbanged?
How
It's
dare
not
you?
that bad.
Okay. I want to. This is what we've got. We've got the Republican and the
This is a
Democrat
bad
thing.
representation. It shouldn't even be Republican and Democrat because that is not the point of the
Okay,
interest.
so okay, fine. So then we take this out and we say, Elon. What? For Elon or against Elon? Minus Elon, plus Elon, right? Right.
Well,
And what you
point
want
I was
Is
making
for him
why
to
we
do
would have
more of this, and that
why
will
we
make
have-
you
yeah,
trust
yeah.
him, right?
That will make me trust him more. Not perfectly,
More.
but that will make him, not necessarily him, not Elon, but Doge specifically. Because remember, he is in charge,
Mhm.
but also not
Yeah.
in charge. So the
But
Doge
also,
thing
yeah.
itself, whatever is doing the decision, it would be worthy of more trust from my perspective.
Okay, so because one of the things that I've heard from you in because we have circled a lot, is that yeah, cool, you'd make you trust him more, which is what you said, but then you said that what, him doing this sort of stuff could actually still benefit him. So I don't trust him, basically. So that's why
No,
I
not
landed up saying
specifically.
that's why I landed up saying to you, he can't do anything right because
No,
this
because
might land
I
up
think that was a
benefiting him too much.
misunderstanding because it was depicted as a scale of like, here are the right-wing things and here are the left-wing things. And because Elon positioned himself on the right, and because he cut some right-wing things too, that means that there is no moral bias because he went after some of the things is on his own side or on the other side or whatever.
Mhm.
And what I was trying
Okay.
to make, the argument I
Mhm.
was trying to make, but wasn't allowed to because I wasn't allowed to finish, was to say that it's not specifically about left, right, Democrat, Republican, because just because someone is not on his political side could still be beneficial and supportive to him, so he won't
Okay.
touch them for personal interest. That was the point.
Okay.
It's not Democrat, Republican, left, right, but interests for Elon and against Elon. But that was somehow misunderstood, or I miscommunicated because it's extremely late over here right now, and I'm clearly not communicating properly because some of my ideas are being misunderstood, or I don't talk
That's
about
why
them
we're
properly and
That's-
explain
That's
it.
why I'm drawing
That's
them.
why, yeah, thank you. The paint was a
Okay.
good idea. That is
So-
why I try to
so-
make that
yeah.
it's about self-interest, not just political, oh, it's here or there on the spectrum,
That's why I've
whatever.
got this. That's why I've got this not equal to sign over here, because that's what we were when we were talking. That's what I took, is that they're the same thing. So a plus Democrat thing might still land up being a plus Elon thing.
That's the point. Yeah,
So
it's
you
plus
can't-
minus Elon.
They're not
Or
the
plus
same.
minus Doge thing, whatever
But-
is in charge.
At the
that
same
thing,
time, but what I will say is that either way, I do feel, and I think it's okay for you to own that. You know what? You don't like anything benefiting Elon, and that's okay.
No, I do
he
like
is
some
kind
of the
an
things
arsehole.
that benefit some of the things that he stand for. I do particularly
Mhm.
love the space stuff, for example. I think that's really important because clearly nobody else was putting enough effort into that aside from him. So I'm
I
a
want
fan
to
of
push
that.
back a little bit.
Okay. Do I have to bring back the picture?
No, that's okay. So
'Cause I
Hydra.
deleted it.
Oh no. So I just want to. So all of this is predicated on, like, the anchor that your argument is seemingly sitting on. This is what it is hitched to. Everything is revolving around Elon Musk has too many interests, so he shouldn't be there. Or
No,
more
that's not the
specifically,
point.
okay, let me finish here. the interests that he has are the conflicts of interest. You keep going back to his conflict of interests. Okay. Do you agree with me so far that is what this conflict of interest that Elon Musk has regarding Doge is the problem that you have with this currently?
If he acted publicly and transparently against his own interests repeatedly, in the same manner he acts and calls people who are against his interests, then I would afford him a greater amount of respect and trust. Or Doge. That's
okay,
the point.
That's not what I'm asking. Could I get? I need more straight answers so I can understand how to engage with your.
Then
argument.
ask specifically
Less
for
gay answers.
Okay, Charles.
Does
Go
your
ahead, Nemo.
argument revolve around conflict of interest of Elon Musk?
Partially, yes. Conflict of interest is part of the problem.
Okay, conflict of interest is a very, very common thing in the government.
Yes,
and you actually said
unfortunately,
it
I know.
earlier. You said it earlier. It is impossible to remove that.
No, but you can go do things about it.
You can do things about it, but then let's say you wanted to remove most of Congress because of what money they're taking via lobbying.
No, I wouldn't want to remove them just because they're taking money from something.
But you would never be satisfied with them because their conflict of interest, they're pursuing their interest, no matter if
No,
they
I
were
would want them to
remove one
publicly
thing or another.
declare or who they are taking money from and why, for example. I
But
think the whole...
currently,
Yeah.
Doge, or more specifically Elon,
Oh,
is
man.
Stop,
I
you're
like
making
that.
me hungry,
That's a
Charles.
great
How
take,
dare you?
But currently Doge is, even though a lot of it's public information, even though some of it is really not great, the way that they're putting the cart before the horse, they really are trying to, it seems. I'm not completely aware of everything that they've done yet. I was doing research before the stream. They're trying to make sure that all this is out in the open, good or bad.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree. Maybe listen. I'm always willing to admit that I may be completely wrong about this. This is just my opinion. Clearly, a lot of people disagree with me. Maybe I'm not communicating my ideas properly, and maybe I'm just wrong, or I'm falling into a logical trap or something. But I don't think so. Especially the way, well, let's just say they proposed cutting the military, which is absolutely ridiculous. But the point is, sorry.
It's a good start.
Well, they
Hold on.
They don't allow trans people in the
there's
military
lots
now.
of waste. I agree that there's lots of waste in military spending, but we want to eliminate waste without eliminating programs.
Yes, that's the point, but which seems to be sometimes lost on the people in charge of cutting things.
Do you want to discuss your diagram here?
Oh yeah, I made this. This is what verbally I was saying is that you have 100%. The whole square.
Yes, this is much better. Thank you.
Yeah. The whole square is the budget, and then there's things that benefit Elon and things that don't benefit Elon or benefit him negatively, affect him negatively. And what Hydra is saying is that Elon seems to be focusing on these squares, whether they be left or right, Republican, Democrat. They seem to be the things that negatively affect Elon.
This is what he would want. This is what Hydra would want.
No.
You trust him.
He wants to have the whole square be considered instead of just the stuff that negatively or doesn't affect.
Yes, and I, for some reason, wasn't able to communicate this properly because I am extremely tired. So sorry for that. But yes, this is a better visual representation.
Okay, so consider it all, and then he'll.
Yes, make the whole efficiency thing. Just go through everything with the possibility of maybe this thing needs to be cut. Let's examine it. Don't just go through those things where it will be convenient for you. Hydra is making a strawman argument. Your hypocrisy is on full display, sir. Have a great day. Listen, if you wanted to be good faith about this and try to explain it to others or help me, maybe make a better argument next time, because clearly you think I didn't make one, then you could be more precise and in-depth and have a conversation and try to explain it to me with words precisely where the hypocrisy is, or maybe how I could do better next time, or what the problem is with my logic, or why it's a problem, or what could be a better alternative. But instead, logic's finest, you seem to be more content with just saying things about me in chat again and again, instead of trying to point out the problem.
He's not on the panel. It doesn't matter what he says.
Yeah.
I
Look,
know, but I
we do
still my
care about
tradition
our
to
chat.
interact with chat, but
Yeah.
still. Sometimes I shouldn't, I know. But it's just, listen, I'm completely willing to expect that I might, I'm completely willing to accept that I might be completely wrong on this, as I am always. And clearly, either I am or I'm being a dumbass about it and can't communicate properly. And it's to what I'm the
honestly
words
not sure you're making a good
and what
argument
I'm
right now.
thinking.
Okay.
But
Well, we've spent
that you can explain that to me calmly, especially with the help of visual diagrams. That helps a lot, instead of just being in just bad faith about it, or saying mean things in chat about how he's a bad person because
what I would
just
say
be
is
civilized and normal about it. It's not that difficult to be a human being and have a natural conversation.
Guys, don't react to it if that.
But that is what I'm trying to react to it, because I'm trying to explain it that this is a bad example of how to conduct a disagreement in a civilized society.
Well, you just called him not human,
Yeah.
though, man. Like, you're not exactly being a pillar, a great example of it as
They
well.
it's not that they are not human. They are not behaving in a manner that would better the connections between individual humans. That's the point. Okay, it's just that I'm pointing out a way in they could improve,
I do want,
in my opinion.
Guys, this is not just for Hydra's opinion, okay? So don't worry. But I do like Zerofax's question, and I want to go back to something that I think it was Zerofax who said as well.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go back to that, but let's first read this one because it's right here. Do you know which departments the DOGE has visited thus far? Do you have a stance because you do? Because the news made a big stink about the departments that could potentially help Elon. So basically, he's asking you, where do you get your perception?
Yeah, I'm not a headline reader, but I went and took a look at some of the things that these guys either proposed to cut or wanted to cut or cut in the end, and that is where I formed my opinion. Not because I don't know, I read Washington Post or watched CNN or anything like that. I particularly I am really into some of the military fields, and I think it's important nowadays, especially with some dictatorships making moves on the democratic world. And some of the cuts that Doge proposed on the military were particularly the ones that really pissed me off because of the way, or for example, what they did to cancer research as well. I think that's also something that I found reprehensible, that I didn't like. So it wasn't just I read some headlines somewhere. I particularly, I didn't have the time to conduct an in-depth research as I would have wanted to, because unfortunately I'm really busy and I'm going through some stuff right now. But I did manage to take somewhat of a look, not just at headlines, but properly researching after what they did and how. And that is where I gained some of this very negative opinion on the way they conduct themselves and just the cuts themselves. I think it could be done better. Okay, that's all. I think it could be done better. I'm not against corruption. I'm not against Hyde is for corruption. He wants the government for corruption. Okay. He is Hydra's gonna get he is like for government corruption. He wants them to be more bloated, or he either wants every single agency to be cut to the bone. There is no in between. He's a bad person. How dare Hydra say that it could be done in a better way? The problem is, I think it could be conducted in a manner which would be more constructive, more helpful, still achieve the goal of cutting out some of the corruption and inefficiencies, and leave the proper and well-functioning things intact that are helpful or necessary for a good democratic society. I think it is possible to do that. I think it is possible for me to point out that some of those things are not being done. And I think I should be able to do this without either requiring, every single agency has to be cut down to the bone, or requiring saying that, all corruption is just okay. Or saying that, everyone was offered a severance package, so there could be no problem with interest. Like, no, I think that there is a possibility to do this in a better way. That's it. I'm sorry, it's not that. That's what I'm trying to explain. Maybe I'm explaining it improperly, or maybe I'm just wrong. But I think that the way they are doing it is not optimal, not well done, and a bit more self-serving than I would like.
To the American government.
Okay, Bimo, you're extremely quiet again.
Is that better?
Yeah, what were you
Yeah,
saying from the other
no.
room, Bimo?
No.
What are you
He is
saying?
so quiet.
From
From under the blanket?
Okay. BMO, you're outside of the house yelling at the mic, through the window.
I'm an
Yes,
old man
exactly.
yelling
That's
at the
what it sounds
sky.
like.
Don't speak into the headphones.
Hey, I think you just found the diaphragm of the mic. It worked for a second.
No,
Yeah.
I turned
So-
back on echo cancellation.
Okay.
So then
Interesting.
I don't
you're
get it.
just echoes?
Oh,
Yes,
wow.
but I don't know why it's fucking hell.
Anyways,
But you
so-
see, you were what I did heard was from the American government. That's what I
Yes.
heard.
Welcome to the American government. We were never going to be 100% efficient. There's always going to be a conflict of interest. That's why we have
Yes,
three
I know.
branches.
I know. Yes, I know.
So, Hydra,
So
to what
the
you're
one thing
saying
you
is
can
that it
blame
would
on
be
the
I- I
American
great.
Charles turn.
the one thing you can blame on American government is that there's so much red tape. What we're not used to as Americans is things being cut so quickly, so drastically, without any explanation. I think a lot of this has to do with, the people that were in charge of nuclear warheads or whatever. They were important people. They got fired and then they got locked out. Why not before you fire
That is
people,
really
like,
bad, by the way.
Yeah. Why not before you do these things say, all right, what is their purpose? Why do we need to cut this? Long term, looking forward, how does this affect?
See, these are exactly the sentences that for
Okay.
some reason I can't explain right now properly. I can't say this for some reason because I'm too tired or there's something wrong with
Okay,
me.
so agree
These
with,
are the words
agree
that I
with
would have
him.
liked to be
Okay,
spoken,
so
but
agree
no,
with-
I cannot
agree
speak
what
them
you-
because otherwise
It's fine,
I'm bad.
Hydra. Then just agree with Charles. So then say, hey, Charles, that's a great way of putting it.
That's what I said. I wanted to
Okay.
say this exact same thing, but wasn't capable of it for some
Okay,
reason.
so
45 minutes ago, when the condoms were brought up,
Mhm.
and Elon acknowledged that, I'm going to make mistakes sometimes. The fact that got omitted is
Mhm.
where we were sending those condoms wasn't just because we want people to bang. It was to prevent HIV spread. Like long term, that has a positive benefit.
Yes.
yeah.
And to
So-
just condoms, let's keep talking about condoms. And yeah, they're not going to Hamas. They're going to a different part of the country, or a bit different part of the world for, prevention's sake.
Mhm.
And
So-
there's a
But
reason.
no, I can post about it on Twitter about how it's condom, stupid, cut, whatever, or just
Well,
saying that hey, cancer
but there
research. Who
is the
cares about
argument.
it?
No, but there is the argument as well that, hey, Mozambique, get your shit together and pay for your own fucking condoms. So Americans will feel that way. Some citizens might feel that way. Charles,
Sure.
you just care.
Mhm.
But yeah, that does have implications. Listen, if AIDS becomes what it was before, it's going to make its way to America.
Yeah, it's great that they feel that way, and that's fine. And I also feel a certain number of ways about the whole thing. But before you cut all of this, you might want to go back and see why it was put in the first place. I can't help but feel like I'm explaining by getting rid of all traditions is bad to a leftist. Like they would be doing the exact same shit with society, what is happening right now with finance, of just cutting shit out because cut, inefficient, corrupt, etc. You might
That's
want to
progressivism at its
consider
finest.
why
Bima!
it was placed there in the first place.
Bimo,
Timo.
just type in chat. Just type in chat, Bimo.
I'm gonna
So-
fucking shoot myself in the head.
Oh,
Okay, so-
that was
so
nice. We heard that loud and clear.
Yeah, that was super
Considering-
clear, man.
super clear. The one sentence this whole stream,
The most
has been
important
the most
sentence.
clear
The
was that
demons
one.
want to win.
So, I'm looking for a segue, but there doesn't seem to be one that's going to come up. However, one of the things that I wanted to ask, since it's tangentially related, is Trump's offer to South Africa to make white South Africans American citizens.
I don't think that he's saying he's making them citizens. As
No.
I've understood it, is they get refugee status, and it's not just white South Africans; it's white farmers, because they are.
Okay.
There is
They're
something
getting
called land
taxed.
expropriation without compensation, which is they take your land without giving you anything in return. They just take your land. Like it's just more words than theft. So basically that's what would, because it's a race-based legislation, and I don't know, I think Trump just wants to say, look what I'm doing, it's very based. He's saying, oh well, they could get refugee status.
Is that better? Can
because,
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you
Mm.
now.
I can hear you right now. Yeah.
But
Go ahead.
refugees are temporary things. Refugees are not citizens. They can, but they will suck on the teat of the U.S. fund, obviously, though, if they're refugees. So that's not great. But at the other end, people are like, hey, the farmers would love to work. They'll work hard and they'll do it. They all lined up at the Pretoria U.S. Embassy. Yeah, they did. But I don't. Theo, were they all farmers? Because that's another thing. Is like, listen, I'm a white South African, but I ain't got no land that they're gonna take from me yet.
That you know of.
Yet, yeah, that's the thing. Like, eventually, with the land expropriation, it's not just land. It's basically property rights that have come up as a question. And yeah,
Such
and that's
old-timey thinking, owning property.
yeah. So it's gonna be fun.
Do you know
to
how
see how
inefficient owning property is? Why don't we just get rid of it, guys? I mean, think about all of the expenses and all of the people that are so parasitic and inefficient and corrupt that we could remove from society if we just made it all collectively owned. Who cares about why it was put in place in the first place? Look at how efficient and advancing we
Actually-
are by removing it.
That begs a question. I'm quiet again. Ah! Okay.
It's not as bad
Do
as
you-
before.
Do you think that an argument could be made that Doge is too progressive in its workings?
No, I don't know. It depends on what you mean by that. I'm comparing
Because
it to some progressive
progressivism
brain rot because of
tradition.
how eerily similar it is to socialist brain rot even. That's what I'm comparing it to.
Okay, I'm just saying it's like the cutting of tradition is like a foundation of progressivism.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
By that metric, I guess Doge is leftist.
I don't know if I'd agree with that, but I dislike it for
I don't know if
for
I'd agree
partially
with
the
that.
same
That's funny
reason.
though.
I mean, it is funny, but it is, I don't know. It's, to me, it's just that it's, from a certain perspective, it's the same problem I have with a lot of the progressive leftist stuff.
I just think that I think we've found that like you wouldn't be satisfied with the way that Doge is running at all, is what I've kind of gathered.
I would be if it was run differently. No,
Yes,
I would
if
be.
it was run differently, sure. As it's running now, you're not satisfied with it. You
Yeah,
don't
as
like
it's
it.
running,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
clearly
okay.
not
I think
satisfied
we can
with it.
get to that.
China.
There you go.
Thank
You
you,
know what?
Charles.
I want that so bad.
No, Kitty, you don't understand. It is not okay for me to be not satisfied with somehow something is running perfectly. I must provide a clear, rational, and understandable explanation, or else I'm bad faith and evil and a hypocrite. Okay?
no,
I'm not
it's
allowed
just-
to have this opinion and not be able
Oh.
to communicate properly why I have it. I'm not allowed to not be able to give a good explanation for one reason
I
or
just
another
really
for
wanna
why I
find
hold
out.
this opinion. I have to be a bad person, you see.
I just
Okay.
need to find out what Logic's Finest in the chat was saying was a straw man
about the straw
argument.
man. He did
I want
say,
to
but
know
no,
it too, but he didn't
chased him
explain
off.
it.
We chased him off.
So,
Okay.
Logic's Finest, if you watch this video back, could you please
Please
comment
let
what the
comment.
straw man argument was, or join our Discord and argue with me personally? I will
I
fight
would
you.
also be able to learn from my mistake if I made a strawman argument, because I
record it,
don't like
please,
those and I
so I
don't
can
want to make
diagram
it next time. So if you want to help me improve and not be a bad argumentor, or not make another strawman argument accidentally or on purpose, in your opinion, then telling me exactly what the problem was and how I could change would be very helpful, and I would appreciate it.
Yeah. Hi, Lucy. So, guys, that was point 2 about Elon basically being the head of Doge, basically. So, I think that is part of. I think you're right, Charles. If it was someone else, look, the other person that's involved is Vivek Ramaswamy.
No,
Yeah.
he's not.
He
No,
left.
he's
Oh,
not.
is he done?
He
Yeah,
left.
he was involved.
No,
He was involved. Yeah, that's a good way
Yeah.
of saying it.
So
It was the
what,
H-1B1 visas that kind of did him in.
what happened
He
with
was
him?
cut for efficiency, guys. We are more
He
efficient
was
this
cut
way.
for efficiency. Okay. But no, listen, I don't think Elon is all good. I don't think he's all bad. Okay, we'll say that. One of the things that was brought up in chat, I'm so sorry.
Nobody should think that that Elon is all bad. Obviously, I don't think that as well. I don't just hate Elon for the person he is or the way he was born or whatever.
Are you
I
sure
do
about
think that he did some really, really good stuff. Again, I'm a huge fan of the space exploration things. I just don't appreciate the way he's conducting himself nowadays when it comes to different topics. I think he should go back being a space engineer. Okay, that's
Okay. One of the things that was brought up, and I don't know who it was. It might have been Nico. It might have been Zero Fox Pointers. It was in chat, and I really love you for it. But we were too busy carrying on with each other for us to actually get to this point. So it was like 20 minutes ago. But what someone said was, is it maybe okay, there's always going to be conflicts of interest. And at least with Elon, we can identify what his interests are. Whereas if it's a random, they can hide with what interests them and what doesn't.
yeah, it's
Whereas-
better than nothing, but it doesn't satisfy me. Maybe I just have too high standards, but yeah, it is better than not knowing who is doing anything at all. Obviously, it's better than that. But I don't think it's a significant improvement, or at least not good enough for my taste. Maybe I have too high standards. Maybe I should be satisfied with what Elon is doing right now. It's fine. I don't know.
Worm tongue, yes, exactly. So you're like, okay, I know worm tongue is all about Sauron, right? Or Saruman most of the time. So I'll at least know how to curb that.
I mean, right
And
now I know you know,
need
but
to
if you
correct
just
you.
saw Wormtongue whispering into the king's ear, you might make the mistake that he's his own agent making his own things. Like, it's just because you see some form of corruption happening doesn't mean you can immediately identify who is it coming from and with what interest. You just see the part of the corruption.
But
We
that
started
comes
this wrong. We got it. I got to correct you. So Vivek Ramaswamy was fired because he was a DEI hire.
Oh boy.
Okay, so
Sorry.
that was
Carry on.
literally point 1, guys. We were asking about we've kind of covered, like, should this private citizen, because it's like, we didn't elect him, have a massive have any of this sway over public policy? Should he be doing this?
He's an immigrant too, and was illegally in the country for a couple of years. There's also that.
Really? That long? How?
He came to America on a student visa and didn't finish school and just stuck around.
Deportation? Question mark?
Not in America, baby.
No. But
He's a citizen. You can't deport a
Did he pay a
citizen.
fine? And
Yeah,
then,
he paid a fine.
Yeah, paid a fine, and then he became a
Wink.
citizen, I suppose.
That
'cause,
was
yeah,
old Elon. That was thinning hair Elon. He's back. It's better.
This is the new updated version.
PayPal versus post PayPal.
The upside is that we have an idea of who someone in public like Elon is. The downside is the media can smear him easier. Yeah.
There
I
is more
feel like
downside and more upside, but that I understand that perspective. I personally disagree with just that, but I understand.
But I feel like, what, as Bimo said, it's there's just always going to be conflict of interest. And yes, we can make that bigger and smaller. That doesn't mean we must just go, oh well.
Yeah, obviously, I don't think that you could eliminate all conflict of interest, but I also don't think that we should just give up or be always okay what is right now. But
Never
clearly,
mind about
I apologize for not being able to communicate that properly or word it properly, because clearly some people got the impression that I was advocating for some things I wasn't advocating for at all. So I would like to clear that up. I'm not advocating for cutting everything or being completely okay with government corruption. I don't have these crazy, unreasonable positions. I just wasn't able to phrase properly what I believe and why for some reason. So apologies for that.
Okay. Charles, anything
Penis
you wanted
and
to add before
vagina.
yeah.
One thing I would like to add
No,
is
Charles was gonna
No, no, no,
speak.
no.
Hold on.
no, he
Ah.
wasn't.
Okay.
No, I was just gonna say that I think as far as what Hyde was getting at, I don't think we should expect him to be going after the things that affect him positively. I think that what we should do is have people who are self-interested and go after the things that they don't like and just rotate in different people who have different interests. And then therefore,
That
and
is a
that way
possible
we'll
solution.
get, and then,
Yeah.
yeah, and then there, that way we'll get a more complete view of the budget rather than relying on one person to do the
Mhm.
right thing all the time.
Yeah.
Registered
Okay, so that
independence.
rotate it so that that's a solution, I suppose.
I don't
Yeah.
care what he's doing. I just
And
don't
that is
cut off the head and then be
Oh,
like,
listen,
oh,
that
oops.
is also another fault of mine. I did not also it's not just that I didn't explain it properly or word it properly or was not clear enough with what my problem was. I should have focused more on what a possible solution is instead of just complaining and complaining and complaining about how I don't like what is going on right now. A possible solution that I remember Foxu brought up at the very beginning is to just have different people chop at each other's interests. So we should have focused more on that instead of the constant negative of like, oh, I think it's bad, why it's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. So yeah, that's also a thing that could improve on.
Right. So the last thing, well, not last thing, no. We've got 8 points, guys. But the third thing that we were going to go over is, which we've referred to as a piece in this whole discussion about Elon's conflict of interest and all of that. But Doge has had an impact on the federal agencies. Like there's a lot of jobs that have been eliminated. And Charles, you made that point that it's just like, okay, you guys just went absolutely nuts with this whole thing. You murdered everything. You cut everything out.
Yeah.
Texas
One of the
Chainsaw
points-
Massacre.
Yeah. One of the points that was made in chat is, again, and I think this time it was from Nico, was that the doing it this way stops that kind of bureaucracy, because what happens with bureaucracy and making committees and things like that is that people get to correct and make things look the best way they can. So doing it this way, this kind of yanking the rug from underneath everybody, that's supposed to stop the fraud a lot easier than saying, coming to them and taking bureaucratic steps and saying, look, this is the amount that you overspent. Let's talk about it, or whatever. So that was a kind of supporting thing for the fast and loose way that he's been cutting shit. And I say he, but it's like this department.
Yeah, like when people that are in charge of nuclear stuff, when they get trimmed off in this hacksaw thing, it's like, right, you can't just treat the entire government fast and loose, because some of this is quite important. And maybe look at why this money is being spent and where is it going, and what does that mean? What does their job entail?
Yeah, before, like, do that fast and loose then. If you're gonna do it without committees. I suppose that's the scary thing. Because those people did get, apparently they got hired back. But what you're saying is we can't get that loop is very, very dangerous to play with. That you cut them off.
I agree. There's too much bureaucracy. But at the same time, we kind of need regulation and bureaucracy in certain instances. Like, you shouldn't have everyone have access to nuclear materials. That's insane. So, case by case, how important is this? What's the purpose? What happens if we cut this?
Yeah, case by case. Why does that have to be? I'm with you on that. Like, you don't have to let them take bureaucratic steps or whatever, and
Right.
and them figure out and them represent themselves and whatever. It's actually, that's just not just immediately cut it. And I think in terms of Elon being a sort of mascot or whatever, and Trump as well, that they really are harping up Doge and being like, look what we're doing with it. Look what we're doing with it. When I'm, like I said, just saying, look at the balance sheet, that would be fucking cool. That would be
Do
good
like
enough.
Office Space. You know, bring them in and say, what do you do for this company?
The Bob.
That's not very efficient of you, Charles. Do you know what's efficient? Pressing the button, saying liquidate, and then moving on to the next thing.
I guess it all depends on how much you trust the words of Congress, but I've been watching a couple of the videos.
I
that
don't.
Forbes has been putting. Well, there's been a lot of questions that have been asked of government workers, and these have been coming to light in C-SPAN recordings, where they're talking about the actual cuts that Doge has been making, and one of them was a money laundering scheme that they're claiming now that they still have yet to prove. But it's all coming from USAID. And I'm very interested in finding out exactly what the nitty gritty is there, because if there is money laundering, which it'd be hard not to figure out some sort of scheme there, or my bias here, it's hard for me not to assume that that's happening because of how large and bloated the government is. I want that cut.
You want cut it.
Funny that something sexy is brought up without any proof. I think
course.
you're already
easy that way.
intrigued that someone brought up, you know, like without Mr. X himself bringing that up, you wouldn't have that interest. I would rather the proof first.
I
like,
wouldn't know about
to
it
cut
if Mr. X wasn't saying something about it regarding, like, there's a lot of money going places.
Without
That's what I'm
proof,
interested in.
without proof, it's just rumor shit.
Yeah.
Stop
And-
vague
and-
posting and please
and-
explain it properly.
And also, Charles, with it is without proof. It's, look, we're doing stuff. We're so valuable. Look how cool we are. Where it's like, hold on, with the sensationalism of it. It gets in the way.
It's down the road from, we're sending $50 million to Gaza.
Right, well-
you're sort of right, but that's not why it's happening, and you're wrong in what you're talking about.
Another good example is the Social Security numbers.
Okay.
When he was talking about the, what is it, like the number of people on
Over
assistance that are over 100 years old, and all the way up to like 200 or 300, whatever. And the problem is that one of the things that I learned was that, one, we already knew this. It was done by by Republicans last year or 2 years ago. And they found, and those numbers are representing not people who are getting assistance, but people who are in the system who haven't been declared deceased. And a number of them are people who are illegal, who are paying into the system, who aren't taking out of the system.
Unelected.
No.
So this
the point,
is
the point is that these numbers find their way to illegals who need a Social Security in order to sign up for work, and they're not being either the employers know or aren't checking, and they just use that number, and the IRS knows that this isn't true. Slash, it's easily debunked that these people are who they say they are, and so the money gets into the system from people pretending to be other people.
It's like iTunes,
but it's not coming out. But it's not. They're not
Right.
getting assistance paid out to them. These numbers represent people paying into the system.
Is that all of them?
Or at least
I mean,
partially. At
yeah,
least
that's what I'm
partially.
saying. Like, I'm sure there are some that are going in and nothing's coming out. But then there's people that are they're
This
receiving.
the numbers that he
Only.
posted only represent the numbers that of people that who should be deceased, but are still in the system. They're not, that number does not represent people who are getting assistance.
Okay.
Or
Yeah, and
just
there's
represents
Charles's
people
point.
in the system.
And there's Charles's point, where like basically, which is how I'm kind of approaching it. Look, I'm not an American, so it doesn't really matter. But how I would approach it is, wow, if true, that's all I would think about. If true, that's all I can do with any of this is, if it is true, then this is what I think it is. I don't know if it's true. That's as far as I can go. Because when I heard about that social security thing, and it was very fun, and guess what, Hydra, very performative. When
We
Trump was
always like
talking about,
those.
yeah, when Trump was talking about the people that he was reading out the numbers, and he's like, oh, there's 300 people over, or 800 people that are over 300. Wow, I don't know them. He goes, I don't know them, I haven't met them, and he says that sort of thing, which is, it's very performative, so everybody can be like, oh, look how corrupt it is, right? But at the same time, there's those nuances that you're talking about there, Foxroo, that it's like, so wait, we have to see the data. We have to think about the data. Some people right underneath it were saying, hold up, you fucktards. Social security numbers they have to be kept in a database because they don't repeat.
I thought Elon would understand the fact that every database needs to include backups and duplicates to be able to check against. So accidental wipes or anything, don't delete everything. And imagine a database without duplicates, if you will.
Okay, don't talk about don't nerd out. Keep it here.
Okay.
So all we're thinking of is a table, okay? So not even about all of those things, but cool. So we have to keep those but there is a value that says this person is deceased or not, right? That was the thing that was being argued in the replies on the X is, okay, are these active numbers or not? That was the question that I was asking. Are they active in that, are they getting like government aid? Which is what would concern me. But now what you're telling me, Foxroo, is that some of them were active, yes, but active in that they're paying into the system.
Yeah.
That's how many. What I would want to know is how many
numbers that we were
paying in.
Yeah. Number of the numbers that we saw were simply the numbers of people that are active, that are still quote unquote alive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, some of them probably are, because you can live past 100. It's not by much, but
not wanna.
But I mean, my great grandmother died when she was like 109.
Jeez.
Yeah. So she was in a nursing home feeding imaginary frogs on her windowsill, and complaining about the staff having stolen the slippers that she was currently wearing.
Jeez.
So, I mean,
that's why I wouldn't recommend.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that you have
about the numbers. Yeah.
So So some of those numbers are valid. Some of those numbers are not valid. I'm sure that there are people that are using some of those numbers to take out of the system. Some
Obviously,
of those numbers are
always,
just people that are paying into the system. But the thing is that I like speaking to doing things the right way. Like Hyra was saying, we should get rid of we should be correcting the record regardless of whether it benefits us or not. Because one of the reasons that they haven't gone after this is because if we clear this situation up, we would be getting less money into Social Security, because the illegals that are using these numbers to work would not be paying into the system anymore. But we should be correcting the record.
And Daisy
the amount of money we're giving them is huge.
Okay, well that was that's actually a nice example, Hydra, there of like something not even just benefiting Elon or whatever. It's actually about the government going back to a principle and saying, okay, this is not per the rules.
That is
it
what I tried to
benefits- yeah.
explain, but apparently I was so bad at it that people completely misunderstood.
Look, we've got here. Look, we found another example. So we actually did understand what you were saying. Okay, so with the what else? What has been the impact on the federal agencies? Has he really cut? And I say he has Doug really cut everybody. What's happened? Who's been dismissed? And things like that. Look, from a South African point of view, I will say, when it comes to government jobs, they really are. In South Africa, I am disillusioned. Having a government job means you sit and you do nothing and you get paid. That's it.
It's very often means something similar to that, unfortunately, and that is not a unique US thing. That is a world thing with today's governments.
But I feel like a part of the outrage and the wow, because it's true. We aren't talking about the immigration or anything like that. We're actually talking a lot about Doge, and I say we as in like just the news, because America, your guys are actually held to a higher standard. I feel like
because we tell you that we're the best all the
That's
time.
why you cannot claim to be
Charles. It's because we are.
Because
you cannot claim to be the shining example to which all other nations must conform without being able to perform better than all other nations in those specific aspects, like democracy and government.
We are the Chinese city on the hill. Wait, that's not it.
No, but yeah,
Chinese.
basically, that's why I put in the title. You okay, America? Because it's like first time, you realize that your government employs people to sit at home and do nothing and whatever. I know that's a mean way of looking at it. I always assumed that every government is corrupt. I just thought, you know what, there's more safeguards in America, so you couldn't get caught as easily.
No.
You would get caught more easily.
Every government has the let's sit at home and do nothing and get paid people, and they had for almost all of human history, I think. But there are clearly differences in how much and where and how and why, etc. But America is not doing too good on that front. If you want to talk about overblown government, America is definitely the one. I mean, just look at the healthcare system of that nation. They spend the most on it and get some of the worst healthcare services in response. So
I mean, people has a good point here. Okay, just think about that. Rest of the world got no Super Bowls.
Skill issue.
Yeah, exactly. Well, okay.
What if I make up a sport and I'm the only one who competes in it, and then I can say I'm the undisputed world champion and I'm the best at it?
Make sure it's a World Series.
So let's ask ourselves a philosophical question: what's the cost of efficiency? Are these cuts pruning waste, or
what did it cost you? Everything. It's a Thanos meme. Perfectly balanced as all things should be.
This is why there's no more Department of Education in all of that. Is it really? Is it all gone? What's happening? Which departments are being axed? Like, I'm all for trimming the fat, but that doesn't mean you get rid of all your departments. But I guess then again, when I saw the Afuera video from Argentina, where it's just like the Department of Arts and Culture, whatever, and they afuera, it's like get rid of the ministries, all of the ministries, because they just take all the tax monies. Which agencies would you just axe?
DMV. I would axe. Yeah, I was about to say the DMV.
DMV sounds great. Education sounds great to me. Sadly, we just keep throwing money at this problem and it doesn't seem to be getting any better. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the whole like No Child Left Behind thing, but it basically just changed the way that we did tests. Like it didn't make it more efficient. It didn't actually save the children being left behind. It seems like if you were able to actually make it a little bit more localized, things could actually be run in more efficient ways instead of these random standards that just kind of get passed down. I think there's a bunch of them that just seem to be staples, but do we ever really question why? So I don't know. I think there's a lot of bloat, and I'm down with a lot of these being taken out. If anybody's ever worked for like the education system, it is just crazy. And my state pays into it so much, and our test scores are just horrible.
Hey,
sadly, I feel like a victim of the education system.
Behind.
Hey, you should really just do what Oregon did. See, we just got rid of the testing.
Yeah,
So
they tried
do
that.
what South Africa did, and make it that you only have to get 30% in, and then you pass. So it's cool.
We're kind of doing that. We don't want to leave anyone behind. You know, they feel bad if they fail. So
we're just gonna make the standards lower. That's great. I think that the answer is pretty easy here, guys. It's just we want some cuts, but don't cut everything with impunity. You're gonna have to look at it. Make sure that you are doing logical things. You're not just going afuera, which is just throwing it out.
Even if you resist, I know.
Okay.
I have a lot of sympathy for the position of like burn everything down and rebuild it from the ashes, but also it's probably not a great idea to
I don't
do so.
think it's a great idea. That's not a great idea.
I would love the idea of cutting it because ultimately, like, I'm very sympathetic to the oh my gosh, thank you. I'm very
Jay
sympathetic to the
said
small
something.
government idea.
Hold on, Bimo. Let's go back to you after.
You want me to?
Always be skeptical when your government program is named as the solution to the problems. We all know how successful that war on drugs was. Any war on any of the notions that we've done, the war on poverty, the war on crime, the war on
I
drugs.
would like to point out that there are non-American places where this is not necessarily the case, okay? The European Union is like, hey, there are some government programs that actually name the solution to the problem and actually solve the problem. It's just looking at the US, I mean, it's like, oh, what the fuck is going on?
Just view it with skepticism at least. Even if it is going to solve the problem, just view it with skepticism because it's saying...
Naturally,
it
of course,
sense.
I know.
It makes sense. It's going, this department survives as long as the problem does. Ah, interesting. We'll do that. So I think that's a good question to keep in mind. Thank you, Jay. Well, I suppose Charles will say thank you because it's going straight to Charles.
From penis to vagina.
It's going from his penis to his vagina.
Well, yeah. USA is the center of the universe, baby, apparently.
Preach.
The universe. I don't know how to say universe.
I hope I can just learn how to fly planes again before I head home because the rate in which they're crashing is kind of alarming.
Oh my goodness. How am I supposed to go and get the door when Daisy's on my lap?
I thought you were going to say when you don't have your song. But fair enough.
No.
2 problems now.
And if I yell at Gordon to go and get the door, Daisy will go off my lap. So I'm just
There's
screwed.
nothing you can do.
Yeah, I've had to lose the cat, guys. I had to lose the cat.
Cat is down.
Oh.
But yeah, small government. I love the idea of small government.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather pay less taxes and have less government programs.
I think what makes it sound so sensational is when an American says we have no Department of Education. That's as if it's not dealt with at all. That everybody just does whatever they want. But when they're saying that means on a local level, I suppose, Gray. Right? It means literally give it to the state to do.
Yeah, well, a lot of it comes from funding, and you only get the federal funding if you match the federal guidelines, which the guidelines don't seem to be great. Like, I know one of my state's solutions was to stop testing because they weren't meeting the actual requirements for the tests. So if you don't give the tests, you're not failing.
That blows my mind.
It seems like we're doing workarounds that aren't for the actual students. They aren't to get the best education. But
no, it's to look good on paper.
Well, America wasn't founded on, this Department of Education. That came much later, but people were not just ill-informed all the time before that. People did kind of take it upon themselves to get informed, and then they came up with different systems to teach people, and that was why certain states did excel versus others. Yes, Foxer.
Super important. The Department of Education doesn't determine the educational standards for each individual state. The states kind of govern themselves. That's really important, though, because a lot of people think that the Department of Education does set the educational standards for each state. So getting rid of it. Yeah. No, I mean, the Department of Education does do something, but they don't, like, the education will not fall apart without them. It's one of those things that people, like, they have a misconception about.
Doing things with haste can cost us money as well, though.
Indeed.
Like when we had to bail out the farmers because of the tariffs 5 years ago. Seems like we're on our way to doing that again. Was it 5, 6, 4?
It's ancient history. Come on.
So, like, to do things with haste, and then we're bailing, taxpayers are bailing them out. So, like, we just keep doing things quickly doesn't help either, because sometimes you can cost us even more by doing things fast.
Mm-hmm. That actually makes me think of, go back to what we were talking about before, I don't know.
Herpes.
Before Jay interrupted us with his pesky money. We were talking about destroying, burning down in order to rebuild. Now, if we look at something a little bit more benign, one of the things one of the criticisms I've thrown at wokeness and all of that is that it seeks to destroy things so that it can rebuild them instead of building its own thing. I must destroy Lord of the Rings. I must infiltrate.
I don't know if they even rebuild it. It's just like they either hijack it or destroy it, or like take a dump on top of it and say it's better. Like, in order for you to say that they rebuild it in their own image, I would have to acknowledge that they put in some effort to construct something new. But I don't believe that's the case really at all.
Yeah, but I don't. So in that situation, I don't agree with the logic of destroy in order to rebuild, or even to infiltrate and change from the inside, right? Obviously, that's art. It maybe qualitatively it's a bit different, so maybe my standard would be different. But just on instinct, the idea of burning everything down, it's not a good idea, because what do you have then? You have chaos.
What, you don't want Noah's flood? Come on. Tell me.
If you do something
you want to start over from scratch to build a definitely better world that definitely will not have corruption and problems like that this time, guys.
It's alarming when you do cuts and then immediately you have to undo some of those cuts. Like, if you're methodically thinking about this and you've had time to think about it, you shouldn't have to be like, oh, oops, we have to undo that.
That gives you the appearance of you either being careless or not knowing what you're doing or not having properly prepared.
And
it's not just with this government thing, it's with any activity, basically. Like,
that's not going to build trust. It's just not a good idea.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Comparing it to Blitzkrieg isn't exactly intelligent either, I wouldn't think.
just
you know how well the Germans did.
Right, so let's get into number 4, guys. Privacy and data access controversies. Okay,
we're on
so
3.
We finished 3. We finished 3 because we spoke about the cost of efficiency. Are these cuts pruning waste or gutting essential services? So basically, we came down in the middle and said, yeah, cool. It is. Some of it's good, but geez, you're also going a bit crazy, and you're also doing it wrong because you're reneging.
From penis to vagina.
Can we stop with that soundbite?
No, we cannot.
No, we cannot.
So
get demonetized.
Okay, so this is what J-Mac is saying.
Sorry, 1 second, Foxtrue. No, because it immediately shows what was working and what wasn't.
It wasn't caps. It was just no.
Yeah.
I don't think he was
no.
screaming.
I know how he meant it. I know how he meant it.
You know what? Yeah, with that comma, it's like you hang on to it. I agree with the reading. Great interpretation.
workman's comp. This is generally how workman's comp works, is that they get a lot of claims. Some get through, some get denied. But even the ones that get through, like, they will kick people off and then make them reapply in order to reduce the amount of people that are fraudulently still on workman's comp.
Okay.
And so it's a hassle for the people that have legitimate claims, but the point is to get rid of as much waste and as much fraud as possible.
Should we start at the top then?
Cut them all off.
No. I mean, I'm not saying. Yeah, no.
I mean, do we need a vice president?
No.
No, is that's what you're talking about? Congress, basically.
Right.
Is that what you were saying earlier on when we first started, Charles? You were saying that's actually where we could start.
Sure. I mean, if they're just going to bicker and if they're not really in charge of what's happening with the money, what do we need them for? Other than just fucking political theater.
Representation.
Yeah, okay.
What's
a senator
they are representatives, aren't they?
Congress does do good work, but there is a lot of what I've seen is that there's a loads of waste, fraud, and abuse there.
Their approval rating is less than 20%. You can't get 80% of Americans to agree on anything, yet we agree that Congress sucks.
Yeah, we all agree on term limits for Congress.
Oh,
do we want term limits for Congress?
Yes.
Yeah, I would.
Well, I think that there should be a mandatory
minimum wage for Congress.
No. There should be a mandatory retirement age for Congress at 70. I think.
Damn.
I think it's.
Why does a president only get 2 terms, but a senator can just ride the train out? Like, that's insane.
Yeah.
And we have the same thing with the parliament, where you can just sit in parliament as well.
I actually prefer the menthol ones, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Wow. I'm a Winston, man. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, they're the best, especially the menthol. But yeah,
Newport.
I mean, fair enough. So, like with senators, they do have to be elected. It's not like, I don't know, Supreme Court justices where it's like a lifetime appointment. That being said, like once you're in, it's like most people that I talk to can't even name their senators. But I don't know. It is. Oh, J-Max got a point. American spirits, they're pretty great. It's real fresh, but they go stale quite quickly.
I'm more of a Newport's guy when I did. Anyways, so what the
4,
fuck
5?
were we
What about 2, 7, 12? Kitty shut down.
What? No, we are on 5 now. Well, and what 5 is? Oh no, sorry, we're on 4. Sorry, which is privacy and data access controversies. So one of the things that everybody look, as if there wasn't enough to complain about. Okay, then it's like, there's legal battles over dogs' access to sensitive data. So they have treasury payment systems. They've got that. IRS taxpayer, that was the one that people were getting very upset about. Is that
I have an issue
because
with
they're
that.
the
Would you
unelected
not be?
official. No, I'm just talking about it. I'm just like, government is government to me. I'm like, government knows things that government knows. Like they're the government to me. But that's probably, I don't know, that's probably just my ignorance. Just my simplicity.
I think
like,
I'm gonna be the
you're
bad
under
guy
the
here.
government. I don't trust you. Yeah.
I don't think this is as big of a deal as people are making it out to be for a couple reasons. First, that we're assuming that there's malfeasance happening when they have access to these things, which we don't have evidence of. We're trying not to make the assumption that they're doing something wrong. But also, the government already has all those things. This is a government wing.
That's what I'm saying.
It's just that Elon has access to those, and that's what a lot of people say, that Elon shouldn't have access to.
And Big Balls has it.
Yeah,
as
Big
well.
Balls is my problem. If he's already been fired for leaking stuff.
Too many eggs.
Wait. Who's Big Balls?
Eggs are too big.
The kid who was fired and rehired, I guess.
Yeah, he was fired for racism, apparently. But
No,
did he
one
actually?
Of the 5.
So he
I'm
was
gonna need an
fired for
explanation.
leaking. Okay, explain. Charles, who Big Balls is.
He's one of the
'Cause
5 that are, doing the computer work in Doge.
Okay.
Who recently was fired and rehired, but it turns out that in a previous job, as a 19-year-old, I don't know how many previous jobs you're going to have. He
I
was
might
let
surprise
go.
you.
He was let go for leaking private information from the
Okay,
place he was working.
that's not a good thing.
Thank
I
you.
would say
That's
that's a
that's
conflict of interest
fireable,
process.
not the tweets.
But-
Sorry,
Yes,
honey.
that is. That
Right.
was,
Right, I don't care if
What
I
a
don't care what his
security
views
risk.
are on whatever. I
also-
care about him leaking my shit.
what I've so that does bother me 100%. But still, we are making the assumption that malfeasance are happening, and I don't like that. Like it's a lot of people are saying they shouldn't have this because they will use it against, or they'll use it for their own personal interests, which that has to happen for us to have proof of that.
Yeah. Okay. I guess in the interest of transparency, I guess then we're getting towards if you have nothing to hide, then you should be fine with it. I don't know. I'm
Yeah, the
confused.
Patriot
don't
Act. I
know.
love it so much.
But yeah,
Yes.
Because there
I don't
was
know.
a problem, like people were talking about. No, they don't have just read access. It had to. One of the things that I actually even ended up arguing about was like, no, I'm like, duh, they can just read this stuff. That's fine for me, but then of course leaking it is a problem. But apparently they had to go back in and look at the regulations and say, oh, by the way, sorry.
Yes, you good?
Hold on, don't
You're alive?
die.
I didn't say that.
I
She's being
inhaled
poisoned
my own
right now with arsenic. Hold on. She was about to expose the deep state. Come on. Get that sentence out, Kitty. Do it.
I'm not so subtle. No, they had to go back and change it to actually make it read only access. So it was previously write and read access, so you could change it somehow. Yeah.
Someone just had to they had to take the Word document and it's like you can't edit the Word document anymore. That's crazy. It's really funny. Imagine
yeah,
how
they
much
had
money it took to take all of those files and just change one letter on them.
Well, that's what they.
It's so stupid. I'm sorry.
that's-
You keep going.
Right. So, how much transparency and access should a government efficiency team have to personal data? Does the pursuit of efficiency justify risking cybersecurity and privacy?
Well, it all depends, because if we are, let's say, trying to investigate where money is going, they need to have access on private things, not necessarily private citizens' information, but information that the government already has on citizens should be available.
That's what I meant by, and I suppose it was just the basic bitch way of saying it. Was just like, government is government, bro. They already have it. I don't know what you want from me. But when it does come down to an individual, that does get scary. But that doesn't mean, by the same token, that doesn't mean we shut down the whole thing and never do it because information can be used. It's like, no. I fall on the side of transparency, but I do understand that people going, but there's the principle of privacy.
I can understand the principle of privacy. The Patriot Act says that doesn't matter, though. And also, you don't have a right to privacy except for in circumstances, like certain like times of what is happening to you. That part of this is because of the Patriot Act. Just for transparency, I fucking hate the Patriot Act.
I don't think many people like it. I actually haven't met anyone here okay with the Patriot Act.
It's that government bloat that you're talking about. It's massive. It turned America into a surveillance state.
Yeah, and again, that just makes me go, well, yeah, government is government. Government surveils everything. But at the same time, I'm still like, Murca, yay! So brand America is really great. You got some great soft power going on.
We're hoping to
Uh,
make the power not so soft, I guess. You know, yeah, fair enough. I don't know if anyone's really a fan of it, but supposedly it makes things easier to find information on people. So
mhm.
I don't know. We got really concerned after the whole 2001 thing.
What was that again?
9/11, you know, just that little thing. Yeah, it was a blip.
Hold on.
Something about a building falling when it shouldn't have and causing a massive conspiracy regarding like
There were
George
3
W. Bush.
buildings, sir. Excuse you.
But it's the 2 buildings that fell are the ones that people expected. It's the 3rd building that fell at the same time. That's what people are like. Oh, something about jet fuel can't melt steel beams or something, which is really stupid nonsense. But whatever. I love conspiracy theories, guys. But yeah. Ultimately, regarding like private information, if it's like, let's say the 19-year-old that you're talking about, Charles, someone that already has a recorded history of being fired for leaking information, probably they should not, even if it's read only, they can't edit. Like
that's all I'm saying.
Problem.
Can we have someone else? Have someone else in his position. That is all I'm saying. I'm not saying, fucking Elon, fuck all of this.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Charles, you might as well be, because you disagree with something that Elon did. So yeah.
Well, okay, but, like we're all saying that he leaked stuff, but we're not saying like what it was or what the ramifications of those were. I got in trouble. I got reprimanded at one of my previous jobs because I leaked that my entire department was going to be like let go. I thought that, you know, the fact that they let me in on that information was like, okay, well, fuck this. Like the guys under me should know that too. That like, hey, be looking. There are other jobs open right now. Apply for them.
It's a little different.
It's a little different, but that was leaking.
That was on your record as just leaking.
Yeah.
We don't know.
I don't know. I'd like to think that was an altruistic way of leaking some information, but yes, it was like proprietary company information. They didn't want to cause like an upheaval in the quality department, and you know, what can I say? Yeah, I was a bit of a snitch. Okay, David, fair enough.
Snitches get stitches, though.
So many stitches.
Well, okay, fine. So what about this social security thing? I mean, about the numbers and things like that. Elon is tweeting this sort of stuff, and again, it's this performative thing that Hadra was talking about as well. Is he's releasing certain agency info online. Where's the balance between exposing waste and protecting national security? So it's like once you've exposed it, I think yes, expose it. Show off your exposure.
He's proving his reason to be there.
Yeah.
That's why he's doing those things. Is he necessarily doing it the right way? I'm not sure. I don't have a comment on that other than there's some interesting stuff he's been posting recently about like all the ways that he's supposedly trying to expose.
100%. This is what I was trying to say. And again, someone is saying it so much better than me. I'm just angry at myself for not being able to communicate properly. Thank you, Bimo. Keep going.
You're welcome. It's one of those things that whether he's doing it the right way or not is definitely interesting seeing the stuff that he's posting. And the more eyes that are on the government that could possibly be doing things wrongly, I think the better, regardless of whether they find like actual fraud or not. Americans paying attention to this is important.
Yeah, I think it's certainly a wake-up call.
I have a inquiry. I don't have any sort of thought one way or another
because you're in Britbong land.
Yeah, the fact that the news got out about the people who were in the nuclear department, that they were locked out. Should we be reporting that?
Hey,
or should we know about that? What's that?
I'm always
they're back
in favor
now,
of
so you know.
But as far as national security is concerned, is that like, you know, if this were October of 2001, do you think that would be a smart idea to let the world know that, hey, no one's at the wheel right now?
Well,
not right now, 5 minutes ago. Right now, they're back at the wheel.
Yeah, maybe that's why they're speaking about it, is that it's fixed already. So we admitted that we made a mistake. But yeah, that's probably not a fun thing it's not a good look.
If you ask me personally, I would prefer to know what's going on, regardless of if it's bad news or not. But
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying about maybe don't send this out to, let's say, our enemies or whatever. But it sounds like, at least according to Zero Fucks, the reporting supposedly came out after it was fixed, but it's still a problem that those people got fired in the first place. That's the whole cart before the horse issue. But I would prefer to know if there's a massive issue in our government or something going on, rather than be left, deer in the headlights when it actually does.
Yeah, just by
But
default,
that's
I'm
me
like,
personally.
I want to know. But
Mass
I
panic is a
understand what
thing.
you're saying.
We
Yeah.
saw COVID. We all saw COVID. Like,
Where's all the toilet paper?
there was legitimate stuff, and then there was the mass panic associated with it that was ridiculous.
Dude, you should see like the crazy pictures of people like also hoarding eggs. Like, man, people are the worst.
Hey, I love how like when COVID hit, everything and anything was apparently a cure, and the same went for the cause of the disease. It was everything and anything you didn't like.
Dude, I
think that's
police called on me
humans, though.
just working out outside. Working
Gray,
out
did you say it's
outside
human?
was a breaking of an order for isolation in my own
No,
property.
guys, I'm sorry. Nothing beats the South African order that you can't get open-toe shoes. You can't buy open-toe shoes.
What the
You got a
fuck
point,
does
though.
that do with anything? What?
I mean,
How?
People
stops the
got paid to come up with those guidelines that were government guidelines.
I
You
love,
went
by the way,
up
how just it's like not like let's consult the
Couldn't do
medical
this.
doctor, let's go to consult the scientist, let's involve in the decision making process to a higher degree. No, let's pay the government employees to come up with as many laws as possible and pay them for each one they can come up with. Fantastic
That's
idea,
literally
guys.
what-
What could possibly go wrong, guys?
news that COVID is going to come through your toe jam.
Yeah.
You know it.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we did with all of our regulations, really. Like the 3-foot distance thing, like that was nothing. Like that was just somebody's compromise. But
They're
Does
like,
that work with
yeah.
tuberculosis? No. Then why are you doing it with other airborne diseases? Like, what?
It's
But,
because
we were talking about the
they wanted to
hoarding
say
thing.
we're doing something, right? Sorry, what were you saying,
Yeah.
Greg?
Just with the hoarding thing, like, yes, there was a run on like toilet paper and everything, and it was very memeable. But I think it's a weirdly, deeply human response. I've experienced it in other countries too. I stayed in a couple different places in Canada, but a couple different times they had like a boil water regulation in Vancouver, and man, every single store just had a run on every bit of water. Like the only thing you could find on the shelves was just like soda. It was weird. But it doesn't seem like in times of possible tragedy or some impending situation, it doesn't seem like we're thinking about everybody else. It's everyone for themselves, which just sucks. J-Mac, that's awesome that he's a prepper. Apparently he's going to be good. He's hoarded his own TP. But
There was good reasons, though.
I would love
Good
to hold
reasons for the no open-toed shoes. Y'all over there have really stinky shoes and really stinky feet. Just keep
So
those
that's it.
toes. Keep
So
those
they
dogs.
decided that's why
in
they
clothes.
wanted that. It was so because it was
That is
gonna
a
be
public health risk.
God,
They
and
should have never
cigarettes,
lifted
they
it.
banned cigarettes, smoking. You couldn't. Everybody had
mean,
to try and figure
There's
out
a
how to
logical
find.
reason for that. Because
just
if
a
your
risk.
lungs,
It's a respiratory thing. So you're
Yeah.
gonna start, but it's like Anyway, we
but
don't need to go and
also,
talk
if
about
you were
COVID. Maybe
really
we do like
overweight, you were more likely to die from COVID too. So,
yeah. So just
one of
take
those
away
things.
all the food.
Yeah,
right.
just take away food.
Everybody, we're gonna do a 30-day fast.
There you go. That's what
And
I
that's
did.
it. Yeah.
Well, not 30 days, but yeah, that was just how it was. Man, I
So-
hated that. That was awful.
I
Number
think that
6.
was actually some a thought experiment that a scientist did online that I really liked about like would isolating this was before COVID. It's like would isolating everyone for like 30 days permanently in a perfect place so that there is absolutely no human contact throughout the entirety of Earth and to make sure that nothing gets transmitted between humans. Would that kill off at least some of the the infectious diseases that we have seasonally? Would that do something? And if I remember correctly, the end conclusion was no, but it would definitely destroy the economy.
I mean,
It
just
would.
the economy felt like it was part of the joke. One massive joke.
And nobody laughed. Who
Anyway.
laughed?
I laugh because
I was laughing because I watched stupid people do stupid things, and that's always something that's my pet peeve.
Okay, from number 6, we actually covered this, guys. We covered it before
Woo!
we did, but I do want to
We're
ask. It's just
here.
no, because we spoke about the Department of Education being cut and all of that sort of thing. Are there other kinds of departments and things like that where which departments would you say would benefit from the states having a central executive thing? Well, federal. There you go, saying this is what you do, versus the states dealing with their stuff. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I feel like most of the people here are let the states do what the states do.
I'm very pro that. Yes. 100%.
Other Americans?
I do. It depends. I think that there are. What is it? The federal government generally works best when it acts as a baseline, and then the states can build up from there to fit their situation, because not like really baseline for the federal, very low bar, and then the states can bring up the bar from there to fit their situation, because California is not Arkansas, right? So especially when you're talking about the economies and such. So like talking about, was it raising the federal minimum wage to $25 an hour is insane, because generally, I mean, that doesn't quite reach, I don't think that quite reaches a livable, like not even like 1-bedroom apartment, only one person feeding theirself kind of livable wage in California. I think it's close, but I don't know, or let me rephrase that, LA area. If that's more or less, you're going to be in poverty if you're making $25 an hour in LA, especially if you're part-time, but maybe even if you're full-time. The point is, though, is that $25 an hour in Arkansas is good money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
the States is just so big. Like one of the things that is very easy for somebody outside of the States to forget is that they're countries. Like
Yeah,
they're
well,
countries.
that's why
They're not just
when we go
provinces.
when we go to other countries, we don't say we're from America. Generally speaking, we say we're from whatever state we're from, because generally speaking, they're basically countries.
Yeah, but you see, from the outside, we're like, you from the USA, you American. That's it, and we can identify a couple of the states, and we're like, okay, is it New York and California, and that's about it. You know, like, so as much as people are like, oh, Americans don't know anything about the rest of the world. Yeah, we know a little bit. We actually do know a little bit more about America than America knows about
I
the
would
rest
say
of
that
the
like
world.
Europeans know most about Europe, and we're like the United States is basically the size of Europe.
It's bigger than Europe.
That is
yeah.
what's happening with
I'm
the
pretty
EU.
sure it is bigger than Europe, yeah. By a lot, isn't
Oh,
it?
Especially
way
if you
bigger.
add Canada in there, the new 51st state, right?
Well, you know,
Hey,
what is
Zach.
it, like 90% of Canadians live within like 20 miles of the
Yeah,
US border.
hold on.
Well,
Where
that's
is that
because of the
true
curtain
size
wall.
of map thing where you can drag countries over each other? Hold on. Aha, here it is.
Canada is bigger than the USA.
Bang.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, but yeah, that's why I brought up the other thing, is that
I know most
like
about me. Exactly, Nico. That is
nearly all Canadians live within 20 miles of the US border. It's really just like this tiny sliver of Canada is actually populated.
Yeah.
Yes, because
Ooh.
most of it is not habitable land.
Well,
Or
I
not
mean, not
habited.
without huge amounts of resources anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had a huge industry, you know, in northern Alberta, right, you could make it livable, but it would take a lot of work.
I've seen the thing.
I've seen New Brunswick. They
I
don't
just
live
want to
there.
go to that's you know what sucks is that you can go to America, okay? You can go to America, but you're not going to go to every state.
No.
No,
You're
and you don't
Americans. How
usually
many
want
states
to.
have you been to?
Me? I've been through the entire like Northwest, right? And like that whole Pacific.
Oh, all
Northwest.
3 states? Wow.
All four. All four
Yeah,
of them.
I don't even get that. Yeah.
And I
I-
almost went to New Mexico.
10, somewhere between 10 and 20. So
Mhm.
not even half,
That's a lot.
but a lot more
That-
than most.
Yeah, that seems like a lot more than most I've heard. Oh, okay, JS is 23. I've only been to 8. Please put in the chat if you're an American, how many states you've been to.
Because I've done some cross country trips and stuff. So
I haven't been to the
Okay.
upper west corner, but I've been in quite a
Oh,
few
you should.
different
It's
places.
fabulous.
you need to
I
come
mean,
here.
then
No,
again,
Charles.
just thinking about South Africa's
come here.
provinces, I think I've only been to 4 or 5 of them. So
The weather-
and that's South Africa.
The weather in the Willamette Valley is almost identical to England. Bring your
But I'm
wife,
already
you guys
here in
love it.
England.
Awful. What he's telling you is it's awful. You should come over.
Instance has been to more
You know how
countries.
to
than
speak to a
states.
British person. I respect that. You know, this is why these guys made it all the way down to the Falklands and then fought for it, because if they were like, look at that,
Sheep.
completely desolate in the middle of nowhere with miserable weather, just like home. Let's fucking go.
Washington is gorgeous. I've been to
Washington
5.
really is gorgeous. It's probably one of the most beautiful states in the
does-
union.
What does
Not just
been
Washington.
through? Driven through, like you've driven through Tennessee. That's been to. That's okay.
So, like, I
It counts.
drove all the way through California from top to bottom
That
to get to
counts.
Yucca Valley. Does that count?
Yeah, that's a lot of California.
Yeah, it was
So
too
then
much
I've-
California. I had to drive
I'd
through
say-
LA during a pride parade.
Ooh, wow.
There were
Based?
so many
My
mad old men.
sincere sympathies to you, Bimo.
I think
It
if
was-
your
that was the
feet
only
or your
awful part,
tires have
honestly.
touched a state, you're good.
Yeah.
If you're just flying over it, I don't think that counts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no.
not. No, that does not count. Sorry, no.
Oh, okay.
And I've
I
been
mean,
to a lot of.
I've flown over more states than I've been to.
Yeah,
Okay, I've been to
that-
officially 6 states.
It's actually
Oh, well,
becoming.
actually,
35 for
9
me.
states.
What do you guys
Ooh, you
think
got
of,
me
of
beat. I think you got the
independence? Is
record,
that a
Charles.
thing?
Yeah, but
For
I
Americans?
did road
What'd you
work.
say?
Like I literally
Yeah.
traveled for work.
Yeah, there you go.
I did
Do you
road
guys
work
ever
too.
consider
I'm just saying.
independence again?
No,
From each
because
other?
that's a bad idea.
Very good. Although that what's happening in South Africa is one of the
Like-
provinces is considering independence. It's called Cape Independence. They're trying to. I mean, they might as well be another country because they're the only province that works. But yeah, they're.
I mean, the idea of
keeps
a
getting brought up here,
balkanization
too.
of the states is so stupid. Like, on its face, it doesn't work.
Mhm.
Like, look at the Balkans. Are they doing well?
Okay, but listen, that's a different story. Okay, that has been the case for a long time. All the way back to Bismarck, already talked about how that's gonna be the powder keg for like
I feel
a
like
bunch
I
of
touched a nerve,
conflict.
Petra.
Lucifer, you've been to Joburg, the American Joburg? Yeah. There's Johannesburg in
I didn't hear that
America.
last thing. What did you say, Bimo?
Oh, I said I feel like I touched a nerve.
No, it's fine.
Don't touch the
I
Balkan
don't like the whole Balkanization either. I think it's cancelled. But then a
Yes.
fucking Turk will enter the chat and say that, see, it was united under the Ottoman Empire and that was fine. And see, that's the only way you could ever fix it. And to that I say, you can only fix it by restoring the Roman Empire. I'm sorry. That's the only time throughout in the entirety of history when the Balkans was truly united and at peace. Okay, Pax Romana forever. That's it.
Okay, way off topic, guys, but
From penis
If
to
I-
vagina.
that's always on topic. If I were to go to America, which state would be the one that I have to go to?
The
that you have
Dakota.
to go to. Well, actually, like
probably.
Washington, North Carolina is also really cool.
I would say
Um,
Oregon, but I mean,
Colorado.
let's compromise and say Washington.
If you go to a state, California, Texas, or New York, you'll get a bit of every little bit of America if you go
Pretty
to any of those
much.
states.
So they're like
they
the
have
most
Oregon-
American.
No, wait. Okay, so
Least-
Oregon has
I think I'll go
nearly
to
every
Texas.
single biome that exists in the United States. But the quirks of all the different states matter, right?
Yeah.
So like you're not gonna get like what is it? The coast of California is not the coast of Oregon, is not the coast of most of the East Coast. I don't even really think that Florida is really comparable, right? So all of these different coasts are going to be different. The deserts of Oregon has a few different deserts, so
Instance is interested in that. Says Oregon as a desert.
Yeah, no.
Oh, I shouldn't have derailed it. I'm sorry, but we'll do that on the travel. You know what? We'll do the travel thing. Where do you want to go in the world? Because guess what, guys? Hey, it's a Sagoo. We've got a Sagoo, boys.
From penis to vagina.
Thank you. In a couple weeks, I will be gone. I'm going to Japan. Remember, we actually announced that trip basically on Thinkers. I was shown the tickets to Japan on Thinkers, and instead of thanking my husband, I thanked JMac because
there you go.
Because he had given a super chat. So I was like, wow. So and I said, thanks, JMac. We're going to use that in Japan. My husband has never forgotten that, man. He's very upset.
I'm not sure. If I was the husband, I'm not sure I would ever forgive you for that. Holy shit, that must feel horrible. Oh, jeez.
No, he kept that. He keeps that. It brings it out every now and then.
I know.
Especially because of this trip. So yeah, it's and then one of the favorite things that people like to do. Well, my mom-in-law, because I showed her the clip of me talking about Japan. She's like, and then all your friends just said Pokemon. So like none of us were talking about what's beautiful in Japan, whatever. We just spoke about the video games basically.
Change.
Are you gonna go to Tokyo area or like Osaka or
Osaka? We're going to mostly Osaka. So we're going from
Osaka.
Yeah. So I will be, guys, look out for I'll be creating posts and things that talk about it. When it's happening, I'm going to do a countdown and all of that stuff. But yeah, Thinkers is going to be taken over by these guys.
You've been warned.
You've been warned. So you've been told that it will get better. So come along.
Because we won't have a woman on there, the view count will raise, right?
No,
I'm pretty sure you're going to find other women to bring on.
There you go. Yeah, you need.
Wow.
That's
female.
right. That is side quest added to journal, BMO. That's right.
Darn, it wasn't on my ledger.
Cemeteries are incredible in Japan. Wow, interesting. Listen, I'm going to be also asking you guys, please look at the community tab whenever you can in the next few weeks, because I'm going to be asking you guys
check your
certain
Discord,
things.
damn it.
What did you miss? Oh, you missed the rant. You missed a whole bunch of things. But yeah, I'll put those in the Discord too.
Whatever Hydra wanted to say, someone else said it quicker and better.
Yes, we've heard. So
yeah,
look out for the sausage
that was only the case
season.
today because I'm tired and I'm not well. It wasn't the case on all Thinkers before, and it will be not the case again.
So Hydra's trying to clarify that he's just not on it today. That's all.
Yeah. He's just not having it today. So yeah, I look out for those things. They are going to be very interesting. You know what? I'll try and drop some pictures and things so that you can show everybody that I'm in Japan, in the things. And you know what? I don't know if you guys will discuss it. If they just it might happen on another channel. So go and just keep an eye on that. But we'll speak a bit more about it next week, I suppose.
So
right.
So you if you're going to be mainly around Osaka, you're definitely going to Kyoto then, right?
Yeah.
There's
there's like certain days that we're going to be going, and
nice.
I'm honestly just following my friends around.
Oh, okay.
So
So a lot of shrine visits and stuff, and a lot of
Mhm.
touristy stuff. Okay. Yeah.
Mhm. Getting back into Doge. Sorry, it was my fault. I brought this off, so I'm not blaming anyone but me. We've got two more things to discuss.
Garlic.
Which, and then we're gonna get to garlic. Don't worry. Garlic we'll get to at like 11, basically.
When we get there.
Listen, we have actually one of the things is public perception and political polarization, and considering, yeah, considering the yelling and the this and the that from the beginning, which I loved actually, it is a very polarizing thing, it seems. But at the same time, most of the Americans are just like, yeah, smaller government. It's just the how that we disagree on. So that's what's polarizing. And I think
That's what I wanted to lean more into, but I couldn't. But that's clearly we all agree on reasonable things. It's just the way how we want to achieve it is different. There is no need to assume that someone else wants, the ultimate bad, or no government, or everything government, or all corruption, or no everything cut to the bone. Okay, we all agree on the general direction of like, hey, this should be better than what we have now. It's just we disagree in our approach on how we want to better it. That's where all human conflict comes from, essentially, and we should just be able to talk about it.
Something else is that people think because you think in right and left doesn't, like, projections are made quite a bit, and some of us aren't thinking, oh yeah, this is best for left-wing politics. It's that conversation.
I hate how that was even brought up in relation with Doge. That wasn't what I meant at all.
Okay, what were you saying? So yeah, people are saying that, Charles?
Yeah, sometimes the conversation is just about whether or not it's going to work. Politics gets introduced sometimes and doesn't necessarily, and didn't even to start.
So it becomes like a tribal when it's just like, oh, will our side win? And it's like, whoa.
Yeah, some people are just not sides. Like, is this going to work? Will this benefit us? Us, society.
Us, everyone, yeah. It's very difficult to think in those terms. It's just like, no, we have to keep our side in power. That's another thing that with a lot of this wastage, that a lot of this seems to the spend, like, things where it's like, oh, it's on Sesame Street and this and that, like stuff that seems wasteful. It seems like some of that stuff was justified as increasing soft power for America. And if you're not playing the soft power game, I don't think you're going to do well in the world. I think every country does play soft power.
Can we call it phallic power?
Phallic power, but yes, okay, phallic power. No, not phallic. What should it be? Flaccid power. That's
flaccid power. There we go.
There you go, Gray. That's it. Flaccid power.
Mildly chubby.
No, but I think that that's always going to happen. And what's going to happen with what happens, unfortunately, with or fortunately, with democracy is that the power for 4 years goes and supports itself on the Democratic side for one term, and then on the Republican side for another. What? Floppy power. Well, it does actually flop. This way and that
partially
way. Partially
chubbed power.
Okay.
Half-mapped power.
Oh God, I think we just need to get to drawing dicks, aren't we?
Sorry.
Okay, so
no.
Okay, so the question is: does efficiency unify or divide?
Seems like we're all unified right now.
Divides. Everything divides.
No, okay.
If anything ever has to happen, people are going to divide on it.
No, being on the same page unifies. So the process of becoming more efficient. The process of becoming more efficient is going to cause hurt feelings, division. It's going to not be a unifying experience. Okay, but it sets the ground for unification in the future.
I like that idea. It's gonna make people feel attacked and
Yeah,
and
someone's
cause
efficiency is someone else's waste. It
yeah.
depends.
Both parties are the left and right testicle, and Trump is the dick that divided them.
Oh my gosh.
I need to. I made a marker for that. Divide, multiply. Doesn't
That
matter.
is
Doesn't
really,
track-
really funny.
The trains ran
Arizona.
on time. Oof. But
So yes.
I don't remember what I was about to say. Train did not run on time.
Something about the Autobahn. I don't know.
Okay. One of the things we did refer to earlier is I just want to ask you guys, do you care about the fact that it's kind of meme-ish? The Doge.
I don't think. I think
that.
that what is
Do
that?
we care about that?
The whole country is becoming less serious.
What does that mean?
No. I think that what is it? Okay. Here's what I mean is that Destiny, Stephen, whatever his name is,
Stephen Benelli.
There you go.
Stephen Bennell II, sir.
Mr. Benelli.
There's no way in 20, 30 years ago that people would take him seriously with all the controversies that he's had. There's no way that people would take him seriously on politics. Yet, even after everything that's happened, Piers Morgan has still brought him on to have serious discussions on politics.
The lawsuit just dropped yesterday, so I don't know if he's going to be making any more Piers appearances in the near future.
No.
Piers.
Is your
Piers.
indication that Piers Morgan is someone to be taken seriously?
He's mainstream.
Yeah,
he's
more
mainstream.
mainstream politics than Destiny is.
Not anymore. He's not. He's on YouTube now. He doesn't have.
Oh,
any...
yeah, now he's just making people yell on YouTube.
So Piers Morgan, you should see he just like Tucker Carlson, they have grabbed the mainstream audience, a lot of them, even though they've left where they were working, because they are prolific figures in talking about politics from certain organizations.
They have legitimacy as they have legitimacy. Their personal brand has some weird residual legitimacy. But when you do look at Piers Morgan's show, you're like, could we just relax? Stop yelling.
And actually, the fact that JD Vance is the vice president right now is actually another big step in what I'm talking about. He was from what is it? The unserious meme-ish. That's where he got his. Sorry, JD Vance grew up more or less on the internet, and indoctrinated, not indoctrinated, surrounded, saturated. That's what I wanted. Saturated himself in online politics and such, and so the more that becomes the norm, the less serious that we're going to have. That we're going to have in politics, the less seriousness.
I still don't know what that means.
Well, no, the fact that
it's going to be less presidential.
There's no way that Big Balls would have been hired in the first place. There's no way that he would have maintained his job purely off of.
I cannot say that seriously. I'm sorry. Someone just said there is no way Big Balls would have been hired.
But Big Balls didn't say Big Balls on his resume.
Wait.
You're right. He didn't. But the thing is that people, people would go after. People would go after Clinton. The fact that he had to make it was a big deal whether or not he smoked marijuana at all.
Yeah. Okay.
There's no one caring about marijuana anymore.
Standards have been lowered.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
perhaps that was a bad choice because I mean he was referred to as Slick Willie back in the day. I'm just saying, like Big Balls is not it's not that far off of Slick Willie. You know,
Okay, I
just saying.
Fair
I
enough.
wanna-
Fair enough.
I want to try and figure this out. Okay, so when you're saying that something, this is me trying to get clarification here. Okay, but when you're saying that something is less serious, are you referring to the way that they are perceived, or are you referring to their actions? Because it sounds like the way that you were going about this was JD Vance. Let's use an example. He spent a lot of time on 4chan, and because he spent a lot of time on 4chan, he's not as serious as someone who's not. Is that kind of going around the lines of what you're talking about here?
Okay, so you're close, but you're drawing the wrong conclusion. What I mean is that the permissiveness in which they will hire someone like Big Balls, hire someone who has, and work with someone who has a very unserious presence, and then that being exposed to the rest of the political landscape, political knowledge. It's an encroaching. It's like what is it?
I think it's a complex
Niagara Falls, right? Waterfalls are inherently kind of an erosion, right? Water going over the cliff, it keeps edging, and eventually Niagara Falls will be purely in Canada because the erosion, the water will eat away at the cliff to the point where there is no Niagara Falls in America. Right.
Okay, so
and
yeah,
same way
socially.
that these by continuously bringing in more and more politically unserious people or have a unserious past, the more it becomes normalized, the more that we're going to see it pop up. It's this erosion of seriousness.
The presidentialism, I know what you mean, the formality, but I think what's important from what BMO's question is like we do need to remember that politics is still serious because it is people's lives. So yes, I'm all for them speaking meme, but at the same time, you do have a job to do, and you do need to
here's another anecdote.
Be capable.
So one of my kids, he's actually the youngest, he's still in high school. His teacher speaks fluent brain rot. I don't know.
No way. That's not. No, I do not believe. How old is that teacher?
I watched a video about that the other day, and
how old is that teacher?
Does he know how to? What's it? Mew? Does he mew, or does she mew?
I don't know. No, the world is lost. It's over, guys. It's over. I don't know.
Okay, so you're saying that
we are doomed.
That's an example
to the older generations. We are lost.
But that's an example of it's like a social evolution of a certain standard being sort of lowered because the influence of the kids has made this teacher have to learn their language. And
Skibbity.
Is that what you're saying, Boxer?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean by that being an anecdote about social change?
So my point is that we're no longer like it seems to be, and I'm not saying it started recent, but it seems to be we're no longer trying to like reform ourselves and put on airs in order to act in public and have
that's funny actually.
We're increasingly what is it like the dress code? It's kind of like a dress code. Instead of dressing up for a formal event, you're wearing slacks and a blazer and not necessarily even a button-up shirt. And then pretty soon you're not wearing the blazer. Pretty soon you're wearing shirt jeans or whatever to formal events kind of thing.
So you're not
So
a fan
it's
of
this-
Fetterman then?
So you're getting more and more. You're getting more and more comfortable. More. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it is a change. It is a less seriousness, a less.
Well,
Yeah.
I think it's worse. I think it's a different thing because you're saying it's less serious, but like the things that you brought up as examples.
No.
Hang on.
No.
I think that you're saying it's less serious because they are not putting on airs anymore. When that's exactly what I would prefer. I would like to see these people as who they really are rather than a weird, stupid mask that we had for the last 30 to 40 years or more. Personally, I know that like to make the president, like using Donald Trump as a perfect example of this, Donald Trump has not really any like good reason to be president if we're just going off of like the dude's just charismatic and he has so many like different ways that he talks that I would prefer he wouldn't, but he's president nonetheless. I would prefer him be honest with what he's saying, even if it's rude and uncouth, rather than let's say an Obama type where he'll say one thing and then in the background he'll be doing things in the background that I would want to know about that he's saying instead of what he's saying to the reporters.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Agreed. You don't want that mask on. But remember, on the other end of the spectrum, like I said as well, politics is serious. So you kind of want some sort of seriousness around it because it's people's lives. Like, think about what did you think about Elon in the Oval Office with like his trucker cap on and all of that? Like that's sure.
It's disrespecting the office.
I just don't like that. Yeah. I
said
know
that last week,
that
or the
it's
week before.
I just don't hold
was
that
you, yeah.
opinion, Charles. Personally, I don't think
like,
that it would be required.
If
Or it should
everyone
be
in that office is wearing a suit and Elon's there, like, in
Sure,
a
it
hat,
looks like the odd man out.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
I'm not saying it's like law or anything. It's just respect the office. Like a ton of
Yeah, he is
history
in an important place and should probably dress as such. But for me, I would prefer to for me personally, I would prefer, even if I were in politics or anything, just like Fetterman, to be allowed to wear shorts and a hoodie everywhere. So
I would have a problem if he were in the Oval Office dressed like that.
I would prefer
at that,
every person in office wear a Speedo instead.
let's just have graffiti in the halls at the White House because
I think that would be
laid
cool.
back.
Who here has worn a Speedo?
I'm not going to say that publicly.
Why?
I have smuggled some plums.
I suppose no. You got to smuggle budgies, as they call it in
have those
Australia.
here.
They're budgie smugglers.
The budgies. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't
sorry.
talking about the president. I was talking about Elon Musk. Like, if you're going to listen to me and project things, you might as well pay attention when I speak. I was talking about Elon Musk wearing a hat, disrespecting Trump's office.
Well, and to go to what you were saying is that regardless of your station or a rank, rather, military have codes of conduct about wearing hats indoors and which dress or which uniform to wear at which events and such. And I think that kind of code of conduct is a good thing. I think that and I don't think that civilian life, especially in government, should be exempt from those kinds of standards.
Yeah, I feel like they have a place. I feel like they have a place, and like it's just until I don't know, until the rest of society is walking around naked, then maybe wearing shorts and a t-shirt in the Oval Office is okay. Like, I don't know, there's just, it doesn't have to, it's called decorum. Yeah, David, I'm sorry that I care about that. But at the same time, it's not like I'm going to be like, no, I'm never going to vote for a guy that would let that happen. It's not just, it's just, I don't like it. Okay. But yeah, I suppose the memeness of Doge is a
I'm just saying, hats
I'm
used to
trying
be
to
a
wrap it
part
up.
of culture. It changed, though. Like some of our
true.
presidents are known for hats. If I'm putting Lincoln in the Oval Office, he's going to have that stovepipe hat.
I wasn't speaking about the president. I was speaking about people
God.
who are visiting.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Charles.
Yeah.
I get it. I just don't hold the same standard. That's it.
Mm.
Like I want to wear a hoodie everywhere, no matter what. I want to wear a hoodie to my own wedding.
Fuck no.
It's just like if everyone's wearing a suit, like would you go to a black tie affair like in pajamas? Like,
Are you that
actually
guy,
got in trouble
Bimo?
for this very thing. I got
Oh
in
my
trouble
god,
growing up
Bimo.
for this very thing.
Oh,
Where I was told to wear what was it? It was a black tie event that my family had to, like, you're representing your family. You need to make sure that you're doing it right and blah 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 blah. So I went home, put on my ripped jeans that were green with grass stains, and wore my regular clothes. And I got spanked to high heaven when I got home. Like, it was so bad.
yeah.
So the jeans worked?
The jeans worked. That was awesome.
Mm-mm.
Fair enough. I have also
Silly,
protested
silly
with
boy.
my.
You see, it's just a thing I would prefer in being comfort. But regarding specifically addressing what you're saying, Charles, about decorum in the highest and most important, one of the most important places in the U.S. to be, I get that you should probably not be wearing a. Don't ask me if I'm single, you fuck, David. But I can understand what you're saying, that there should be a higher standard if you're going to be representing or be next to the highest person in office.
Charles, if you got to visit the president, would you take off your hat?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay.
And even
my
this
bad.
president.
I would too.
So to clarify, if the 47th president of the United States had me in the Oval Office, I wouldn't wear a hat.
Even if you're angry with him or whatever, it's just like you're the president.
It's the office, like every single from
Stop being
Washington.
polite, Charles.
Even if you dislike the person, you have to respect the process and the office and then the whole
actual
thing.
office
Yeah.
and the title. Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, would it, like, I don't know.
It's the principle, you have to obey it even when it's the most convenient and you most don't want to do it.
This was my favorite thing. He looked really dapper, that little kid, man.
Yeah, I think I even said that when I watched that. Like, the kid dressed better than Elon.
No, Elon looked like a freaking moron.
Because I remember
honestly.
when Snoop Dogg visited Obama, and I
Oh,
don't
yeah?
remember him wearing a suit.
Yeah, I guess. Oh man,
Yeah, that's
he
not
looks
good.
so
That too.
good in a suit. God damn it, there is that. But yeah, he should probably wear a suit. I don't think Charles would say that.
I'm wrong.
that's- What?
He was wearing a suit.
Yeah. So Snoop Dogg, if
okay.
Snoop Dogg can do it, but that's just, you know what I think
Hold on,
that
Snoop
is.
Dogg visit.
I got it right here.
Obama.
Just wrote in Thinker's Planning.
What it
Didn't
said,
Kid Rock have a suit on when he was there too? Like that's what I'm saying. Like, these people that are like popular for not being suit people, when they're in the White House, they're wearing suits. Like that's something.
Yeah.
I put it in Thinker's Planning.
I mean, it doesn't. He wore. Look, it looks like a velvet. Woo! My voice broke. Looks like a velvet, a velvet suit, or I don't know. It's soft. Woo! There, look.
And yes, it is that quality, gentlemen.
But still, I mean, and he didn't take the glasses off or anything. But I think that's still a measure of.
It's a step in the right direction.
Yeah. Yeah. I just, you know what? I just thought of it as like, stop peacocking, Elon. We know you, boy. We know who you are. Huh?
A little bit is fine.
A little bit
little
is fine. No, yeah. I guess I'm just, I'm like, okay, I'm done with you with your ego.
I'd
now.
rather have, be dressed up and peacocking just a little bit rather than dress down. Dress a little bit, dress up, make it a little bit unique. Peacock, sure. But
He's just so strange.
Elon
He's so
Liberace.
Yeah, Elon. Yes,
I'll
he
dress
should
like a
come.
mariachi.
Oh gosh. Okay, so anyway, last one, guys. We're almost done. The future of Doge and government reform. So apparently, it's got an 18-month mandate. It's got a time limit.
Wait, 120 days is. Oh no, wait. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
it's got that.
Sorry.
So remember, we were, you know, as JMac said, like if this department is created to solve a problem, what it usually wants to do is keep the problem alive so that the department stays alive. So is something like this a temporary thing? Is that a good thing? That's what I mean. Is that a good thing?
That's a good thing. I mean, it's if this actually works out the way that they're hoping it does, I want it to stick around. I want there to be a more active watchdog organization. If let's say everything went perfect and exactly what they go out to achieve happens, then they have all the reason in the world for it to keep around.
I think it's actually as a principle, it shouldn't stick around. And maybe you
Yeah, once you're done, you're done. There shouldn't be any
yeah.
more. Yeah.
Like maybe you do what Foxy was talking about of like like cycling through different ones, but I just know that it basically just think about absolute power corrupting absolutely. Like don't let it fester, let it be this flash in the pan.
Doge let it fester.
Doge let it
Sorry.
fester. Yeah, let it just be quick. It should dissolve after the goal is reached, so that it doesn't have this interest of keeping itself going. Do you think it can? Do you think it can fix itself? Do you think 18 months is an okay time frame? Do you think they can do it in 18 months?
I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't think so. But I would also want to
Very
still
big
make
government with lots of departments.
Yeah, look, I think that's a bit of a overselling it.
As the person who was celebrating, take your time, I think 18 months is too fast. I'd rather them say, here's the thing we're doing, and here's why. And take your time, do it right. Don't fucking get rid of shit and be like, we got to undo this. Just do it right.
Wait. Okay, so here, can we compromise and say that the investigation is 18 months and possibly defunding occurs during that, but as far as removing people, like actually removing positions and changing these the organizations happens after that.
Compromises for the week.
If you're retrieving the waste, that's like most of the steps there. If there's people working that are considered waste, they've got to go.
Well, yeah,
like
but
if your job
the
is just
thing.
there to collect money for the sake of loophole, find new things to do.
Because I agree too that I feel like was it this whole 2 steps forward, 1 step back approach is not good. Or rather, what is it like? It's in regards to trying to movement of the office, right? Like the nuclear energy
nuclear
cuts, right? They were doing where they fired a bunch of employees and then hired some back. I'd rather get it right the first time and not have to undo changes that they've made.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about. Yeah.
All of it. I think
that's what I meant by do it right the first time. Like, make sure you're firing something that needs to go, not find out the hard way that, we need that thing.
Well, I think that the point though of doing it that way is because everyone's going to have a really good case. So let's get rid of a ton of stuff, that even stuff that sounds good on paper, and see who makes the best case to come back. And I'm not saying it's the best way. I agree with you. I would prefer a do it right the first time approach, but
okay, but what if we did it like a game show, and like like a Dragon's Den or I forget, Shark Tank.
Sure.
You've got to have them come back in and pitch for their department to come back.
What's that figure of speech?
What's this, Charles?
What's the figure of speech? Do something twice, make one cut, not do
measure
something
twice,
once.
cut once.
Yeah. Yeah, as
Mm.
opposed to
And
measure once,
they're
cut twice.
cutting. No, they're cutting and cutting twice and then measuring. That's basically what. And
Well,
like
yeah,
we
they
did,
cut thrice and then measure once and find out, oh, we need to
and then
rehire those
they
people
go
right
Patch
into
now.
stuff
the-
back in.
And
Like
that-
cut twice, patch stuff back in.
But
Yeah.
let's be clear, that is not us saying that, or that's not what most of us were saying. It's not
Hydra
us
has to
saying
go.
that Hydra has to go.
Yeah.
Well, Hydra,
Yeah,
we're gonna
I
go.
have to leave. Sorry, it's really late over here, and already my appearance here was not that productive because I was way too tired to contribute meaningfully, and we just got into arguments. But
That's okay.
apologies for that. Hope next time will be different. It's really late.
No,
and
I feel like we got somewhere.
So
See ya,
it
Hydra.
it was not as productive and awesome as I would have wanted it to be, but hey, that's what we ended up with today. Can't have every day be an awesome day. Yeah, see you guys
All
next time.
See ya. Bydra. Right. So I don't know. Can I have an answer? Is everybody okay with the temporariness? We've got
Yeah.
like different levels of.
I think the
okayness.
temporariness is good. I think that, the fact that I think that it should be an executive office. I don't think it should be, because the point is that Congress is kind of out of control, right?
Uh-huh.
And what is it? So the three basic functions and speeds of the government kind of lend to it being an executive power office type situation. You've got the judiciary, which is the slowest, and the they're the slowest. Congress is the middle speed, and the executive is fast.
Mm-hmm.
So it really does belong with the president, but it's not. It doesn't. What is it? That doesn't mean that they get to stomp on everybody else's toes, right? They don't get
That's
to
the current issue, right?
right. And but to that end, though, what is it? Challenging the courts and like, what is it? That's what people do, generally speaking, with the courts, is that they argue with the courts. So the fact that he's arguing with the courts is not new, and it's not abnormal. It's very much what like every president has examples of doing this.
Okay.
So I mean, what was it? The Biden on what is it? Loan forgiveness. He said he wanted to do broad sweeping loan forgiveness, and then the court said no, you can't do that, and then he did as much as he could in disregard of that. He did as much as he could, even though the courts told him not to do it. So,
but I think isn't that supposed to be the strength of your whole system anyway? That there's checks and balances all over the freaking place. That power is put in check because of all the different branches that you've got of government. Like they actually are all in tension with each other. So that competition kind of keeps you a little bit safer than, say.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's the competition between the different branches, between the different sides that keeps
speeds that you spoke about.
Yeah. The point? What a lot of people don't realize is that the strength of a system is not on how good it works when you have the best people in charge, but rather how good it works when you have the worst people in charge. Right? The most self-interested, the most untrustworthy. So you want a system, right? So you want a system. So, or rather, when you have a system where you have people that don't trust each other and they keep watchdogging each other, that is a more safe and equitable system than a system where it's everyone's on the same page. If everyone's on the same page, a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse can happen.
Well, that's conspiracy. Yeah.
No, well, I mean, it is to a certain extent, but the point is that, you know, if this is sort of what happens in certain fields, not just government, where you have people coming out, like in business, where people come out of the same schools, and so they are all trained in the same way, and so they all just kind of agree with each other that this is the best way that things should be done, and things go unchallenged, and they're not seeking a better way because they were all kind of trained in the same school of thought.
Like literal conspiracy. Yes, exactly. No, because they all think the same. We want diversity of thought and action, and that will just land up in the best winning out, we hope. But the thing is that takes longer. Any final thoughts on Doge before we go to memes? And then when we can go and draw.
But
I
Doge
think
is
it's a
meme.
stupid name. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, you think it's a stupid name? It's
Yes.
you know what? I think that is Elon Musk's ego getting involved.
100%.
But BMO,
just
it's the
like,
wearing a
look,
cap
look,
in
look,
the Oval Office of naming things.
That's
The reason why it was picked is why I
Lame.
think it's lame. Okay.
Yeah.
It's specifically because it's riffing off the Doge meme, not even like Dogecoin, which came from the meme. And that's the reason why it was picked, because you cannot separate Doge from the picture of the dog.
I mean,
Who
literally,
sadly
that's
passed away a
what I
couple
put
years
in the
ago.
thumbnail. I put it in the thumbnail.
Yeah, because
You
Doge
call
is
it
an
Doge.
adorable doggo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's-
it is a meme culture word that was used to generate like people to look at it. Like that, it is an amazing clickbait to see. Oh, Doge, cool. Elon Musk, that's another prolific figure. Might as well, and like see
Yeah.
what's going on. But I still think it's a really dumb name because they had to make it an acronym. Like, hey, Dice, nice to see you.
Dice says no, we're not okay. Are you guys also okay? Americans, wait, or only Americans here now?
Just me and BMO.
Just me and me.
Sorry, Foxroo counts too. I'm sorry, Foxroo. I forgot about you. Charles, you don't really count anymore.
Always forget about me.
You guys
Always
okay?
forget.
You good? Listen, guys, I don't think you found listen, call me when the Doge finds a statue of, I don't know, Martin Luther King that cost 3 million rand. No, $3 million. Like if it, and then it's a cutout of Martin Luther King. That is what you deal with if we had Doge in South Africa. That's what you would do. So call me when that happens. I hope that doesn't happen to you.
Oh, it will.
Or nobody cleared it with you. We are allowed to have opinions about these things. We're not, by having the opinion, by virtue of us having an opinion, we don't mean it now is must take effect. It's just, hey, here's our opinion.
Sure, fucks.
They had a Doge in Haiti, but they ate it. No! I raise chickens. I'm one of the few eating omelets on the rig.
Nice.
Way to rub it in, Rosala.
Just wait. Just imagine that for a second. A meme about a cute dog is collapsing an entire bureaucratic framework of one of the most powerful nations in the world. Life is a meme. That, I think that's what he was after. That's what he was like, lovey about. And you're just like, okay, I get it. Cool.
That's part of why I it's just more of Donald Trump's platform, which is middle finger to bureaucracy.
But
Like
we've
already had one term of this.
But I would say,
more.
if I was talking to Trump, because he's got to clear shit with me, and
Yeah,
what
he's got
I
to clear
would
shit with you.
Yeah. So what I would say is like, cool it on that attitude. Like, sure, you got your little mascot Elon over here that's doing all the weird things, and don't worry, he's getting enough hate. But actually, like, Donald Trump looks quite presidential next to this douchebag over here.
That's
So-
actually a fair point.
It's a good what is it, a
Distraction.
foil. It's a good distraction, yeah. Is that he like, honestly, with him sitting at his desk in the Oval Office, and then there's this Elon douchey over there. Like, I mean, you're orange as fuck, okay? I'm the one to talk, but you're orange as fuck and you're hilarious just by the way you look. But then Elon's over there and he's peacocking. So maybe it's a strategy. But the thing is, just don't lean into it that much. I feel like that clash is going to happen at some point because the egos are.
He's going to overstep.
Yeah.
At some point, and going to have to get knocked back down to.
And then they're going to say he was a DEI hire, just like Vivek Ramaswamy, and remove it.
Yeah, something will happen, but I'm waiting for it. I hope that it doesn't go badly. It's just that I feel like it's gonna, because of the personalities. Because I'm interested in personalities. Okay, not interested in policies. I'm just interested in the people. Anyway, here is a meme that Chris, thank you for joining the colony.
Based.
Here is our meme for today. Courtesy
Hey, why am I
of-
there? I didn't do anything wrong.
No, you were all. I said all of you. I was talking about all of you, and now I can't find the freaking tab, so I can't zoom out a little. There you go. Look at Gray. How perfectly Gray's head works over here.
Yeah, I like it. My mic's there. It works.
He's ready to say wahoo.
I haven't worn that hat in forever.
He's really
It was dark
helpful. I
times.
haven't worn that hair in forever. Thank God.
Mm.
That's but yeah. And chat was also ooh. I love this. Thank you so much, Nico. Your memes are the best, man.
Good old Nico.
Indeed.
Best memer ever. We should totally, like, I don't know, make a whole government department by Nico.
Penis to vagina.
You know what? That is just. It's honestly we need the clip.
Perfect transition.
You know what?
Clip.
The clip of, you know, like.
Oh, there's
the
visuals that go with
video.
it.
The video when he goes from penis to vagina, like. Oh God.
That song, I think it's like 70 seconds. It is.
Mhm.
It is great
Good.
and atrocious at the same
It goes.
time.
It goes from man to woman.
It's got to be longer than that.
Can we-
Man.
If we ever have a think on transgenderism, can we just be playing that all the time?
You know what, guys? We should do a sing along. We should do, because remember we were
No.
going to do karaoke.
But do it
That-
through your asshole.
That
You
and
have to be
it'll
in tune.
Sound beautiful.
Okay.
Bimo, you can start sharing your screen, because guess what,
All right.
boys and girls? It is time for Garlic Phone. Woohoo!
What's the term now, guys, gals, and
Transition.
non-binary pals? There we go.
Mm.
From penis
Uh,
to vagina.
It's in my head. I'm gonna actually the things that I'm gonna do with my husband.
Don't say those things on. Leave that at KG, okay?
Penis to vagina. That's how I'm gonna seduce him next.
We don't need to know what kind of things you're gonna do to your
Penis
husband.
to vagina. Like that's not the context it's gonna work in. But you know, he doesn't need to know anything about that. Like, get your penis to vagina.
I'm just imagining like you go to bed right after this and you start singing that and he's like, "What the fuck are you talking about? What?"
I do that sort of thing as well. Actually, last night I yelled at him. Just woke
David
up.
Puff. My dad listened to my appearance on the show, and when we got to Gardic, he was like, "What the fuck is this?"
He's got a point.
It is a staple for us.
It's supposed to relieve tension.
What?
It's art therapy, guys.
All right, guys.
I suppose we
jumping in.
could get all fancy with it. We have a Thinkers Gaming channel. I guess we could wrap it up by going over there and then keep
true.
the Thinks pristine.
Okay,
Clean,
that is we
clean
could
things.
rate the Thinkers channel, I suppose, and garlic phone over there. You know what would be
That
good is if I
Sure.
can cut out all the garlic phones and then put them on the gaming channel.
Oh,
Highlights. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Me
yeah.
peeing in a jar.
You guys
Being in
you guys are gonna do that. I'll connect the gaming channel to the StreamYard and then Dorcas will do it. I really missed Dorcas today.
Yeah, I think we all did.
If only Doge didn't cut him.
Let's pour one out.
It wasn't
we're
my
trimming the fat.
decision.
Yeah, you're not in charge.
Mm-mm. Who? Sarah.
No, what is the protocol?
Come
Company
on, there's
to
more
the
people that can
giant.
draw in the chat than this.
No, they're bots. It's all the sexy bots from Twitter. Do you see what happened? I've made a tweet that said, "Thank you for liking my tweet, sexy bot," and then a freaking bot came and liked.
Uh-huh. It
Dorcas
was like a
is-
command.
Come on, CPAP.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait.
we know that you want in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
running late.
Charles, did you end up showing your wife the fan art that was created
I haven't.
in the
but,
romance thing?
You're reminding me that I need to.
You know what? We should create more for
I-
for her.
I keep telling her that she's, even if she just comes in just for Garlic, she
Garlic,
needs to
yeah.
be a part of it because holy shit. She's a good,
Right?
better artist than I am
What do you
too.
mean 2 minutes, BMO? We're on a time schedule.
Oh, jeez. I don't doodle. Oh.
You're right. He doesn't doodle. He just
Rosales-
critiques other
Is
people's
Rosales
doodles.
in here?
Hey,
Yeah,
yeah.
where you at, Rosales?
Rosales, you've been here. Yeah.
Get your arse in here.
We've got Darling and Bimo. And those are the artists. I mean...
I would not put me in the same
Let's just
category
go.
as
Go,
Rosales.
go, go.
though.
No, we're not go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Fox
Come
room.
on. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit longer.
Almost there.
Just gonna just do this.
Plus the other thing that happened
Stop
last week is
spamming! Yeah?
BMO drew me next to a woman and had to specify British. That's one of the
That
things
she
I
was
had to
British.
show.
Because I didn't want people to think it was Kitty.
Yeah.
Like-
Yeah, I think you explained it then too. Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 things I wanted to show her from last week.
Yeah. Did you get what I wanted? What I showed you? Did you receive those? Because I put them up for you.
Yes, the
Ooh,
gifs,
somebody
gifs,
arrived.
whatever.
We got
Who
dice.
says what? Who
Dick
dice?
roller. Woo!
Come on. Come on. 30 more seconds, Paffy.
I'm right there. Yeah.
Just do
Mm.
it. Just go. Come on.
I said 30 seconds. We're almost there.
Oh, wait, hold
This
on.
is
It's funnier
so-
though if you just don't let him in.
Yeah. After the whole thing. This is so okay. It's not working. Yeah. Okay. Mm.
Oh wow. I'm just going to adopt with the sentence. Sure. Sounds good to me.
There we go.
Okay. I forget.
I got it.
This keyboard is.
Paffy. Sorry, bro. You were too late.
Interesting. I like this. I like this
It is
prompt.
the funniest way it could have gone.
If we have multiple rounds, if you stay in spectating, then you'll be able to join us next.
Oh, now I realize what this looks like. I like the prompt, but what my drawing is saying is... Oh, no. Hmm.
Okay, I guess I can do this. So you have about a quarter of your time is gone.
No.
You might want to get on to working.
Oh,
Get on to twerking.
Get on to that twerk.
I don't work well under pressure, which means I'm not gonna be a worthwhile human. So what do we do now?
You've got a third of
Pappy,
your time gone.
That was 100% 30 seconds. I'll
And
have you know,
funny.
I'm lauded for my
No.
accuracy on time and counting. All right,
I mean, you're not the timing guy, but still.
I'm not the timing guy for this group.
Sure.
How do you fucking draw wings?
I know,
Well,
right?
fast, because you got
I
less than half
got
your
it.
time remaining. You'd know that if you were the timekeeper guy.
If I was the timekeeper guy, but that's your job.
Oh, Long Johnson.
This is not good, but wait,
Yeah.
I think I can do it. Actually, you know what? I can pull it out.
That's
Beg
what
your
she said.
No, he can pull it out. What's she pull? Oh, you know what? You never mind.
It works
Right.
either way.
Yeah, it does, and I don't like that it does.
No, I'm not ready.
Wait.
I thought this was funny.
No.
Good luck with
Right.
that, everybody. You got like 5 seconds left.
This is bad. My apologies.
This is, yeah.
Okay, let's
Oh,
see
that's
here.
so sexy.
There we go. That's wonderful.
I love this one so much.
Talk about decorum.
This is my favorite thing ever.
Is
Okay.
it?
All
Oh,
right.
I mean,
This
I've
is
said it a lot of things.
best I can
Assuming
do.
it's Darlings.
Oh. Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
What?
All right. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
I know, right?
That's like a fifth of your time, but
What?
good times.
Huh?
Already?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no.
No.
Why did you sound like an old lady when you said that? Oh, no.
Oh no.
Here.
Reasons.
Oh gosh, that's not how that works,
Right.
Sincere. Let's just
You
leave
still
it.
got 2/3 of your time, so
Yeah.
you can fix it.
No more.
No, wait.
Hiya.
There we go.
Good to see ya.
Good to see you.
I still haven't watched that debate, but that's totally going to be the next video once I'm done with this stupid video. Just like it, okay? Just go and like it once it's up. Whether you like it or not, just
Like
like
and
it.
subscribe.
You will like it, whether you like it or not.
Yes.
About half your time is gone now.
Yeah,
Deal with
I
it,
realized I was...
Deal with it.
or else.
Wow. Does anyone watch Sam Tan?
I have
Every
no
day.
idea who that is.
He says "wow" a lot.
Wow, like Owen Wilson?
No, like an Australian says "wow."
I spend a lot of time with Australians. They don't say it very often.
Wow. He goes, that's great. Wow. Ugh. You don't get it. And it's upsetting.
Okay, that's it. I'm not doing any more on that.
But you got a little bit of time left, like 3
There we go.
seconds.
Hmm.
Oh,
Wow.
Right.
What?
What?
What happened?
Huh?
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doxru.
Uh-oh.
Yep. I didn't spell
Uh-oh.
that last word correctly, but
What?
Uh-oh.
is this?
What? What happened?
Now I've got to remember what this
Okay.
looks like. I totally don't know what a weed looks like.
What a weed?
what a weed
I mean,
looks
is
like.
it a weed or is
You
it?
can store your weed in there, man.
I mean, that's true about almost anything.
Really?
I asked. See, I was on Zax's channel yesterday, and I asked a question because we were talking about cops.
Don't do that.
And
Don't ask it.
Where?
don't ask him a questions. And I asked him because he was describing his an experience he had with like Canadian police officers where they were just like way too like polite, and they were like, "We're going to suspend your license for a day because you know you can't be drunk driving, so we'll suspend it for a day." And they actually brought tents and everything, and like set them up for them and everything. And I was like, "Is that the Canadian version of Super Troopers? Like, are they just like really nice?"
No.
Super Troopers 2 is the Canadian version.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I wish I knew the
They feature
reference.
quite heavily.
You would probably like that movie.
I don't know. My experience with Canadian cops is a little different. I mean, I didn't get deported, so that was good, but they made me just throw stuff away, which was fun.
So much fun.
Okay.
No.
Here we go. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I gotta do the last part.
Charles and I haven't been singing.
Yeah, these have been kind of difficult to traverse.
Mm.
It's because you're trying to travel when you're supposed to be drawing.
Yeah.
We're sovereign citizens. We are traveling.
I'm traveling, yes.
You know, we did talk about brain rot and teachers or whatever, but on Circle of Jerks, we went over a video of a politician in Australia speaking skibbity-ish kind of thing.
What is this?
This is beautiful.
Okay.
Sorry, what did this politician do?
She spoke like skibbity riz. She spoke the kids. She made a whole speech in kid language, and it was so horribly cringe.
No cap?
Yeah.
I'm type hungry, fam.
Oh God.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
I'm
I'm a massive
I can
memer.
speak
And
the Riz skibbity with the best of them, but I don't.
loathe them. Mm-mm. I watched Rhett and Link.
Gray poopet in an American flag Speedo.
Oh,
Wow.
No, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God. Thank you, darling.
In the world. My favorite thing in the
in
world.
America Speedo.
The shining.
Oh, that's so good, Dice.
Gray is full of red and blue juice. Possibly pariotic.
Pariotic. Oh,
I was trying to spell patriotic, but I was
Gray.
like,
American Gray Poopet, now with Eagle Ducks.
I like that. I like that a lot. That's a good one.
Sorry.
Yeah, I screwed that up. I
you
apologize
satisfied
to myself. I should have known.
But just
Red and Link
American
are
Gray
OGs. I love them.
Poupée sounds like it's such a good rolls off the tongue so well.
Yeah. It's got a store in the mall.
Like American History X.
Tiger smiling in China.
That was the suggested
I tried.
prompt.
Come.
I tried.
That was the suggestion.
Fox through in Morocco.
There we go.
Oh, that's awesome.
Nice.
That is good.
As Doge arrives in Morocco and is confused.
I think
Kitten
the hair
as Doge.
confused.
Oh, welcome to Morocco. With
Gite
butt cheeks and
accidentally goes to Morocco.
Oh.
Question mark.
I just
like
gotta
how
say,
he did
this,
put the
this
question
looks
mark
like
on the end of that.
Maru. This just looks like Maru. That's so good. Next.
Doge Dog receiving hate from Hydra.
Oh, okay. Worthless.
Hydra
that's
and
pretty
Fox
awesome.
Rule arguing.
Worthless. So good.
Heated
Okay,
words.
that's awesome.
Doctor and Hydra have a fairy but peaceful debate.
Doxru.
Docs.
I
That's
accidentally
awesome.
misspelled. All right.
Fox
I like
Root
how
talking
Hydra's
to
laying down with
Hydra.
a coffee.
Oh,
That
I
is a
was gonna
coffee, isn't it?
explain the. I was gonna explain the fire, but he's holding for coffee. All of
That's
those
really
are
good.
brilliant. These Jesus.
Darling, you're such a good artist.
I like the one hand that's like, well, see, here's
And-
the thing.
And the thing is that Hydra will
Foxroo's
always
like-
overpower Foxroo because he has 3 heads to yell at the same time.
And they are. That's exactly how they look. That's what I'm thinking. That's the exact.
Purple Eagle attacks Doge Dog.
What was the eagle theme this round? Oh,
Freedom!
oh no.
I mean, that's pretty awesome.
Freedom dice bombs Doge.
Freedom dice.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, I had no idea how to do it.
Okay.
Dice.
Dice bombs Doge
I-
via American missile.
Missile.
Whoa.
That's a
And
dick.
then there's the dice on it.
Foxroo
There's the
is
little
about to
dice.
get nuked.
That's a good one.
Doge turned into Foxroo.
I know,
That
right?
happened twice.
It's the pipeline from Doge to Foxroo. You know?
Everybody.
It's like every
Oval
human becomes
office filled
Charles.
with Speedo Man.
Oh.
See, this is
okay.
fantastic.
No, I didn't have time.
And
Elon Musk in the Oval Office
Oh,
in
wow.
a Speedo.
Okay.
Drucker Hat Man in Speedo
I'm
is
so
in
glad they
office
didn't
with
say
Orange
Charles.
Man.
There we go.
Oh wow. Well.
Perfect dice.
Trump loves American cock.
Oh,
Who doesn't?
all right.
That's a very. If your cock looks that way, it's a problem. Please get it checked out. But you know
Yeah.
what? You know that that's phallic. That you like. You know what? That's
Do
some
me a favor and hold that up so I
format.
can see your cock.
That's
That's
some
so good.
format of cock there. What is the speedo
still
reference,
flew.
guys? Help Nobor with us. What's the speedo reference? Why is everybody
So,
doing speedo?
I brought up people in the Oval Office wearing a Speedo. All right. That's what, because we were
That's all you
talking
need
about like
to know.
decorum. That's all. We're talking about like dressing for the office and people being in the office that were not dressing for being in the office. So
Okay,
I brought up
what if it's
Speedos.
Michael Phelps, though? If he's in the Oval Office, is it okay for him to wear a Speedo?
Only if
He
there's
is
a
the
swimming
Speedo.
pool in there.
Only if there's a budgie in there.
Leaking underground storage tanks.
Fuck, true. Lust.
Hey, where's Saddam Hussein in there?
A tank plant growing weeds underground.
Is that what my prompt turned into? What? Oh, it
Whoa.
is.
I love the accent.
That's awesome.
Plant is
Uses
awesome.
Nice.
water ink to water other.
Oh, self-pour.
Self-sufficient
now.
weed.
Self-sufficient weed.
Mm,
There you go.
smiley
Nice.
face.
I love
weed.
it.
I love it.
Oh, I
Dude,
thought
I
it was
wish
some
I wish
American
American
saying.
I wish American Speedo was a new thing. Let's make it a thing.
Stop trying to make American Speedo happen.
Two
not gonna happen.
Kiwis making a joke about a banana.
Is that what it was?
Oh.
Oh no, I know exact.
Oh.
Okay.
Two Kiwis mocking the length of a banana.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because their
No,
size
that
came.
wasn't the length of a
See?
banana. It was the face of the length of it.
Banana too long. Coconuts unhappy.
Oh, coconut. All right, got it. Because that's the one I saw, Charles.
Yeah, it's mine. I did that. I'm sorry.
Bananas are too long for upset black
Jesus Christ.
BMO.
Why?
It didn't look like a coconut to me. Okay.
I can only see a coconut. Wow, BMO.
Wow.
I mean,
Yikes.
I'm just saying. I feel
I'm
vindicated because there's
guessing
no.
this is on the game
This
show.
doesn't look like a coconut to me. This looks like like just a black man. If you added like
There is
3
no
dots-
vindication to be had. I'm
No.
sorry, dude. You're just digging more.
No.
Body.
Hey, I did not say anything racist. Okay.
Coconut is
Yeah,
maybe
no,
not
you know what?
being-
BMO's got a point because if it was a peach colored circle, it'd be me. So
Yeah.
exactly.
Be
All right,
more
let's go for a new
racist.
turn. We still got time.
Yeah, we still got some.
There we go. And then we should
Now,
have Paffy in here.
I feel like you're not
No, we
going to get
don't.
away with that now.
We gained a Paffy, but we lost a dice.
Yeah, that's okay.
I don't know if the
Dice?
trade was worth it. I'm just saying.
I think. Well, listen, Dice
Let's be
forgot the
swift.
bulge in the forgot the
Let's go.
bulge in the what's the name?
Go, go, go.
Alrighty.
Speedo. Remember your bulges.
Bulge in the kiwi.
Isn't there a song? Wasn't Dylan Mulvaney singing "Bulge Woman with Bulges"?
I don't know. There we go.
Oh, wait.
All right. Did we all write the same sentence? I don't know.
Something not Doge related?
I didn't make one.
There's no Doge.
Doge
Yeah.
related.
Mine was about a tiger in China. I didn't even make it.
wrong country. Yay! Wow, new lore. This is amazing.
No, I can't keep track.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. It's been a long time.
It's been a long way without you, my friend.
Okay. Paul Walker. I don't know. Who sings that?
Yeah,
one? Booth or something?
Yeah, I know, right?
Don't ask me. I don't do pop music.
Where's that from?
Feeding the ducks.
I think that's from Feeding the Ducks.
Yeah. No, wait.
Very popular.
That's about half your time. Hopefully you're doing better than I am.
Yeah. I think I am.
I always
Yeah,
And
am.
the looks of it. And for the.
Well, congrats, people.
Okay.
Oh, how to shooting like Darling does.
I know, right?
Yeah, how
Oh, wait, no,
Single
no.
as
line.
good as Darling? It would be great.
Very good. And if it were Darling and
Alice is doing
Rosales,
really nice.
I'd have a problem. Happened? What?
Yeah, you've been doing nicely. Very pretty drawings.
Darling?
No, you.
What?
Yeah, Charlie.
Oh, shoot,
You got
no.
some good drawings there.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
Just think about if I had Darling's
I would put
shadow
them on the
effect.
fridge. I would put that on the fridge.
Yeah, well,
I would put that. What is he, a
That's just-
fucking 4-year-old?
it says something about you.
Oh my gosh. Putting the garlics on the fridge would be quite a good
Oh.
time. I'm putting Gray's
really
picture
see that.
on there.
I love this prompt so much. You guys have no idea. Excuse me.
You keep glazing?
wait,
Oh
wait.
god, no more. The only reason that I know that answer is because of written link.
Oh my god. Oh no.
So I think a lot of us did have the same prompt. Just saying.
Okay, right.
Is it another Charles
go.
moment?
No.
This one is not Charles.
No.
All right. Wait, no.
Something about Speedos?
No.
Probably not.
That's about a third of your time. Hopefully, you're doing better.
Okay.
And that's about half your time-ish.
Oh. No, wait.
I'm having fun with this. This was great.
Wait.
There's no waiting. Time watch
Wait,
is on.
wait.
You got
The heat is
a
on.
third of your time remaining.
Wait.
Nope.
Wait.
No
wait,
waiting.
wait.
Okay.
I made an error.
It's okay.
I've made an error.
Yeah.
Fear I've made an error.
Wait. Nope.
You got time. Not much.
No,
but
you
got-
don't.
Wait.
Thank you, no, bro. I'm glad you enjoy what I just made here.
There we are.
His name's
All
no
right.
Bor. He is an unknown borough.
No Boro.
No.
No.
No, bro. He is no bro of mine.
What?
Whoa!
How does that? Oh my gosh. This makes me think of something that Dorcas would make. But he wouldn't say it so blatantly, so it has to be Gray. Let's see.
That's the best I can do.
I like that sessions are either me or BMO. It seems like it's just like all everyone's in the same simpatico.
There's jars around.
Yeah,
Well-
I think it helps that jaws are easier to draw.
We've got the human market cornered, is what I meant.
Okay. I'll give you that.
Okay, speaking of which, here's a jar. Here you go.
Okay, here we go.
The door is ajar.
I love
No.
that joke.
The door is not a jar.
I
Okay.
don't really have my get my little.
It didn't capture your essence, is what you're saying?
I forgot.
Like the jar should. That was way funnier to me than I thought it would come out as.
Shit.
Does that happen to you a lot?
Yes.
It came out way funnier.
To me, it came out way funnier. I thought that was funny as hell.
All right, here we go. Let's try this. It's gonna.
Are you saying it wasn't funny?
I wasn't listening.
Not as funny as you think it is.
That's
I was focusing on my
Oh, no.
masterpiece here.
Well, you got half your time remaining, so make it real funny, BMO.
Ah, I've got an itch. It was very inefficient to scratch that itch.
Okay.
Wait.
All right, there we go. No, it's gonna be.
This is hurting me physically. Okay.
Wait.
No!
Oh shoot!
There's no shoot.
Don't shoot.
Only stick.
Boop shoot.
This is done.
Gross. Don't be gross.
Well, you're almost done with the time as well. About now-ish.
Thanks for the warning.
How would we
About
draw
now.
Pappy?
Oh,
All right.
Whoa! Whoa! I'm just gonna decide who that is.
There we go.
I mean, I tried.
I know, right?
So
The
hard.
door is not ajar, it is a door. Yes.
True. Truer
Nice.
words were never said.
Mind the gap.
There we go.
Mind the gap. Alrighty. Let's see what disgusting
I'm the pink
machinations
bear
we've
that
come up
crap
with.
Dice making dice puns.
Oh, is that what happened?
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
See, darling,
Dice asking
shadowing
if
on the...
anyone said die.
I didn't get it. Should
Sorry, I
have
didn't
been.
get it.
Should have been. Yeah. No, that's my fault. This is.
Lethal dice.
Would the
I mean-
dice be a DIE higher? Womp womp womp.
Dice is aggressive with knife.
That's
It's true.
That was a good one.
There you go.
It started out real strong.
Sorry. I'll cut you.
Grey poop, it collects education money.
Oh, my bad.
Thanks.
Gray takes last of the Dogecoin.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's
Bimo, that is awesome.
it's quite
Gray
adorable.
Panic buys Dogecoin.
Gray Panic.
Okay.
Oh, your Doge was so cute.
The old Gray
Oh,
Panic.
Dogecoin makes so much sense
Gray
now.
poop, but collector of Doge Pogs.
Hogs! Go.
Hogs, nice.
90s reference.
Nah, I went poggers as in poggers.
BMO mistaking fruit for racism.
You fuck it.
Oh my goodness.
BMO
Perfect,
calls
Happy.
urban food.
I hate you for this.
BMO doesn't like ethnic food. Untrue.
Untrue.
Darling. Everything you do
BMO
is
scream
amazing.
puke next to dinner table.
Oh my gosh. You
That was
got a
brilliant.
load of these guys.
That was awesome.
Fuck you, Gray.
It's just a fruit bowl.
This, Taffy, this is perfect. Taffy, this is perfect. It's so good.
Banana had a bad dream.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
cute.
awesome.
Banana has nightmare of BMO bullying him.
I mean, it's not big enough. What is that saying?
Stupid,
Damn,
stupid.
Banana's snoring bothers BMO.
Oh.
It's supposed to be fruit, but I'm not good at spelling.
Hoy,
Alrighty.
hoy, what is
Banana
that
calls
wording?
for a nerd.
That was.
I like how
I mean,
that
it kind
went.
of still works.
Yeah.
So Charles is, I don't know if he's the next one.
Giraffe talking to a microphone.
I loved this prompt so much. That is such a good one. Charles, you get full marks on that.
Giraffe bombs at stand-up comedy debut.
What's the deal with zebra?
Charles became a giraffe and went back to stand up zebra yacht.
There's no box office there.
Charles is a furry with a giraffe fursona.
Oh, so good. Okay, giraffes are one of my favorite animals because they're just horses made the long way.
Yeah.
Like,
That's you something. Yeah.
they're just so good. I love it.
The Afrikaans word
Ice visits
for
Charles and they eat ice
Oh, sorry.
cream.
the Afrikaans word
Oh.
Giraffe.
for giraffe
Ice
is
cream is here for
cameel
Charles.
pad.
Camille
Which-
pad?
Cameel pad, which is
Oh, that is awesome, darling.
Charles is scared of the carrot man seen only in silhouette.
Okay, Bimo, that's awesome.
Great.
Charles a fried of evil sitch carrot.
Sitch
Evil
carrot.
stitch carrot. Okay.
The sitch
Yeah, that's good.
carrot. I feel like that
It's-
needs to be an emote on their channel now.
That's so good. Now you were saying about
Camille Pad. So if you break the word in two in Afrikaans, it's a camel horse. So
I love it.
they named
Because
they named
camels
a
are
giraffe
also
a
very
camel
funny.
horse.
I love it.
What?
A fox is a dog cat.
Yeah.
Kind of is.
Sammy fights Sally's evil ex, Sully
This-
Snail.
This is the new
Oh,
lore.
Lord.
I love it.
Oh.
I'm
Sammy
sorry.
and Sally are now in a boxing match as Bowtie Snail C.
Yeah.
No,
Fight.
it's not.
I-
I'm Ray. I said
Sally and
Sully.
Sammy are fighting in the ring.
Yeah, I missed that.
It's such a good one.
Sammy and Sally Snail blood sports in DA ring.
Blood sports.
In
DA.
the ring.
I mean, you can see the anger.
There were some good ones here.
Right. That is
How did
it.
you turn this into domestic abuse?
The new
I don't think
lore
it
is
counts as-
gone.
I don't think
I
it
don't
counts
make
as
the
domestic
rules.
abuse if
You
they're
spent
in
the
the ring.
whole day thinking about that
Yeah.
one.
It's a
Yeah, they
sanction.
consented. They consented to fight. Yeah,
Yeah, if it's sanctioned,
it's only
it ain't
domestic
abuse.
abuse if they continue after someone submits.
Mm,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Nevada Gaming Commission is fully on the up and up with this.
There you go, 100%. Now they live in Nevada though, so I hate that you made me say that. It's Nevada.
Nevada.
It's
He is
Nevada.
correct. It is Nevada.
It's not Nevada.
Nevada.
Nevada. Anyways,
Anyways,
From penis to vagina.
that's a great way to end the
Perfect
stream.
transition.
I'll mute your asses. So, the way we sign off this is, hey, what's everybody else doing?
yeah, Fox, what
Ray?
are you doing? Who are we
Gray?
starting with?
Great. We're starting with Greg.
Yeah, nothing. Things soon, but currently not much. Other than that, I'm around the internet. If you can find me, good on you. But probably don't look. But other than that, content soon. Good times. Bimo, what you up to, sir?
Leave a like, Theo. Yeah.
So I made the commitment a couple of weeks ago that I was going to start streaming.
Mhm.
This Saturday and Sunday. I am streaming at, let's see, if right now is what, it's midnight Central, right? I think. Yeah. So
I think it's like 2 p.m.
Yeah, it's midnight
Okay.
for me.
So 7 or 8 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, I will be streaming for like 4 or 5 hours on Saturday and Sunday. I'm going to be playing games and we're going to be trying to figure out the streaming stuff because I'm not going to worry about multi-streaming at the moment. I'll just be streaming on YouTube.
Okay,
Oh,
just
okay.
make sure that I've been tagging the right channel because I did not like
Funny
that
story.
attitude. But okay, yeah.
But yeah,
You've been
that's
posting
what I'm
on
doing.
the channel. Yeah,
I have
yeah.
been. I posted a bunch of community posts to my personal YouTube rather than my actual YouTube channel.
So your mom
Um,
was like, "That's great."
My mom doesn't follow my YouTube channels. Nah. But that is the goal. This weekend I'm starting streaming. You should join me. It'll be fun.
Sweet. Charles, what's up?
Ah.
You've got there's Charles has got some juicy membership things over on
Juicy?
Patreon, so go and have a look.
Oh, why did you bring that up?
If you want to
Ever
see
so juicy.
some Charles without the hat on.
Invite me to the White House.
Related content.
Invite him to the White House. There you go. That's how it happens.
Yeah, so people who contribute to the channel, supporters who pay on top of just subscribing, they want to torture me. And there's a new straight to VOD copyright workaround thing that happened titled Popeye's Revenge, and
Oh,
I was compensated to watch it, and over on my Patreon, people
He's
can
obligated to do it.
watch it with me. It's bad. It's very bad. Like very
Art's
Surely it's
nice.
not the worst, though. There must be worse.
Well,
It's
wait,
no
sorry,
kind of pregnant.
I missed
The
the title.
Zamboni humor is lacking.
It's Popeye's Revenge. It's brand new. It just came out this week, and it's just like the Winnie the Pooh horror thing. It's very
The
short.
Mickey Mouse one.
Yeah, yeah. I would say it's better.
It's part of the
quality than-
Hooniverse.
I don't know.
I think it's like tangentially related. It's not
Right.
directly in the Pooniverse.
They're definitely British in this Popeye movie, which is weird. It just if you
I
ever
got
thought,
you. I got you, fam.
what's the matter?
I'm gonna show them.
Am I fam?
Nice.
I'm type hungry, fam.
Yes,
Oh,
this
there
is
it
your
is.
fam.
Yeah, that's it right there. If you ever thought, man, I would love to see Friday the 13th, but with Popeye instead, there it is.
Get out of my head. How did you know I had those thoughts?
At least it's not a French
Big
film,
on thoughts.
apparently.
Yeah, French
That
films
looks
are.
that looks crazy.
Yeah, next you're gonna watch Cuties, right?
I have watched TVs.
Mm.
See, my supporters hate me.
Okay.
Not all of them.
Can okay.
Pay
so,
pay for torture. Yeah, you go. So go
Yeah.
and have a
so
look.
I've got a movie. It's coming out. Well, no. I don't have
Your movie.
Step back. Step back.
Boxer presents.
Movie
Ooh.
suggestion is what I have. Okay.
Well,
Movie suggestion. March 17th is when it comes out. Batman Ninja versus Yakuza League.
oh
Is
wow.
that real
yeah.
or is that like someone on
Nope.
YouTube?
It's real.
made it?
That's AI.
It's a real thing. Yes, it's a sequel to Batman Ninja, which was just Batman's story, but Japanese. It's an animated film.
That
Oh.
sounds racist.
Why? What?
But okay.
What are you doing,
So-
Kitty?
So that's coming up with you, Foxer. Are you going to be watching that?
Oh, I was
Live-
an idea for
A watch
people
party.
to watch. I would like to make a watch party for that, but
Mhm.
it's
Keep an eye on the Discord,
Yeah.
guys.
Okay.
It's
Anyway,
a month
so
away.
but as far as me, I am I'm making a video. It's
Ooh.
taken a while. I'm not in the recording phase yet, so it'll come out when it comes out. But I'm trying to get back on the horse. Work derailed my channel massively, trying to make 2025
does.
about getting back on.
Nice.
Yeah, work, life. That's how it goes. We're just
On
about.
horse?
Well, I for once I'm doing videos, guys. I did a video. I'm doing
Nice.
a video. Just like it, okay? Recording is so crap compared to streaming. So here is a little preview of that video.
Oh my gosh, I can't even hear it.
Yeah. What?
Can you hear that?
No,
I can kind of hear it.
I heard Gooners and Cats. Hell yeah.
Some, yeah.
Why are the cats like?
because
it
they were
interesting.
oh, that's a great pause. They were hissing, but I said I also did a nice great pause and went, my cats are fucking hissing. So there's that. But yeah, I don't know how the audio went funny because I put a song on. But either way, the recording is just not going well, as you can see. So that's why I'm like, you know what? I'll be trying, and that will hopefully be out this week, by like the end of tomorrow, maybe. Who knows?
Good.
I just got to get it out. But then, yeah, just an update on me. Eventually, I'm gonna what?
You're pointing, and It was just point.
Okay. Just this kind of also this update stupid shorts and things like that. Those would be membership things eventually, but that's only coming once I'm back from Japan. So there's that.
Yes. Enjoy your time in Japan.
Hmm. But I'm not gone yet. I'm gonna be here next week.
Don't watch
And,
any VHS.
What
You want to
is
get
that a
ringed?
ring?
You want to get
Yeah, is
rung?
that a ring?
Emo got it.
I thought so too, but I was like,
One
nah.
horror film I actually watched of my own accord.
Or any meowing little boys under a bed.
Yeah.
Leave them alone.
Meowing. If something is meowing at me, I'm gonna go and look.
You're in trouble.
That's the
Oh
point.
shit. Okay. Well, that's about it, everybody. We'll see you next week. We'll have same time, same place. And then the lunatics are going to be running the asylum. So
Penis to vagina.
Charles, why are you lying?
I need to play it now. Okay, wait, do it one more time.
From penis to vagina.
How long does